Good morning. And that good morning goes out to everybody here in person as well as to those attending virtually. The 348th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the Board of Trustees present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, General Bill Welch, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Sidney Zeiker, and Tom Fordyce. A quorum is present and the 348th meeting of the board is declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 8:01 a.m. Before we get started, I would like to invite everyone present to stand as you are able and join us as a board in pledges of allegiance. Texas Department of Criminal Justice Chief Programs Officer Jason Clark will lead us in the pledges. Mr. Clark, thank you for being here, and when you're ready, please begin.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I would now ask Windham School District Trustee Pastor Nate Sprinkle to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
With me. Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning and offer this prayer in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. We thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to meet, to review, to discuss, and to celebrate the work that's being done by the Windham School District. And as the Board of Trustees, we are appreciative to you and grateful to all the wonderful staff of the great things that are being done, that you're doing, and that you're using the amazing teachers and administrators to do through Windham. So many successes and so many things to celebrate over the last couple of months, even through graduations, completions of courses of study, rehabilitation, reintegration into society and into the workforce as motivated contributors. Lord, we know this is your desire and this is your work, and we just thank you for it, for using the wonderful people of Windham School District. So my prayer this morning is for all who are a part of Windham, all the staff, the support, the teachers, the administrators. From your word, you say, therefore, be steadfast, immovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, knowing that your labor is not in vain in the Lord. So I pray, Lord, that each one of the staff of Windham School District would know that their labor is not in vain, that they'd celebrate along with us today and look forward as we discuss and decide, as we celebrate and support the work that's going on. We give you thanks, and we pray this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. And I think I heard those words, same words being given by yesterday on a visit on a unit tour that our Vice Chair Judge Johnson said. So good words. Now, as a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, we ask that you please set your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. We always recognize the public officials and or staff representatives with us in person or online, so we very much appreciate your efforts and your participation in our process. We also appreciate the attendance of everyone at this meeting, including those who are online. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not be hearing public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. So, as one of our highlights of our meetings, we get to begin with recognitions. So our valued Windham School District Superintendent, Ms. Christina Hartman, will be recognizing College and Career Readiness Administrator, Ms. Ashley Kuntz. Ms. Hartman, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, members. I'm happy today to recognize Ashley Kuntz for the instrumental role she holds as the College and Career Readiness Administrator with Windham School District. Ms. Kuntz has a diverse background spanning over 15 years in corrections, rehabilitation, and education. She is a dedicated Sam Houston State University Bearcat, receiving her Bachelor of Science in Business Administration in 2009, a Master of Business Administration in 2018, and her Master of Science in Criminal Justice in 2020. Ms. Kuntz began her career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, where she supported statewide rehabilitative efforts, managed special projects, and helped execute legislative efforts throughout the agency. She then assumed a new role with the Correctional Management Institute of Texas, located at Sam Houston State University. During her time there, she coordinated state, national, and international correctional training programs, as well as educational conferences. Today, Ms. Kuntz serves as the district's College and Career Readiness Administrator. This department consists of highly dedicated and talented regional coordinators who facilitate occupational licensing efforts across the district, assist campuses with employer and community partner engagement, and coordinate post-secondary collaboration with existing and prospective higher education institutions. These efforts are essential in promoting the value of Windham's graduates as members of the Texas workforce. Ms. Kuntz has been fundamental in preparing Windham for a major transition, shifting the administration of post-secondary programs from TDCJ to Windham. Her leadership ensures a seamless integration of college and career pathways that meet workforce needs and support successful reentry. Please join me in thanking Ms. Kuntz for her immense contributions to Windham School District.
Ms. Kuntz, we had a chance to visit just a little bit before the meeting, and just on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for all you do to help the students advance in their education and in their careers as a bedrock for reentry from TDCJ into the world outside the fences. So would you like to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Superintendent Hartman. Thank you for the recognition. I just want to say it's such a great honor to be in this role. I have a great team that is truly advancing many of the initiatives in the district, and we are very excited to see where things go as we continue to grow the department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Windham School District Department Director of Instruction, Luann Pickett, will be recognizing Education Specialist 2, Paul Gathright. If y'all would come forward, and whenever you're ready, Ms. Pickett, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Superintendent Hartman. Today, Mr. Paul Gathright is celebrated for his recent promotion to Academic and Instructional Technology Department Administrator, effective June 1st. Mr. Gathright heads a very dynamic team that is responsible for overseeing training and the implementation of key academic programs, including high school equivalency in academics, high school diploma, restrictive housing education, and the family literacy program. His team will also collaborate across the departments to advance instructional technology for educators and strengthen digital literacy among all of our students. Mr.Gathright's career in education began as a middle school science teacher before advancing to teach physics at Willis and Atascocita High Schools, where he also coached varsity men's soccer. I think he has a passion for soccer, and he continued that. After 13 years in public schools, he transitioned to Windham School District as a Literacy 1-2 teacher at the Holiday Campus, earning his Master's of Education in Instructional Technology Leadership from Lamar University. Mr. Gathright then promoted to Education Specialist 2 under the Professional Development Department before transitioning into this new role. Mr. Gathright's dedication to Windham School District holds personal significance as he previously gained valuable experience as a correctional officer within the same facilities during his collegiate years. This unique background enriches his perspective on the environment and, of course, our students in who we serve. It complements his expertise in education and instructional technology. Beyond his professional achievements, Mr. Gathright enjoys traveling and pursuing outdoor projects with his wife of 16 years, who teaches high school biology. Together, they cherish time with their adult son and daughter and take pride in their role as grandparents to their 2-year-old grandson. Please join the district in expressing gratitude to Mr. Gathright for his outstanding service to the district and to our students.
Thank you, Ms. Pickett, and thank you, Mr. Gathright. As I expressed to you in our private conversation, we very much, as a board, appreciate your efforts, and we look forward to seeing great things from you in the future. Would you care to share a few words with us?
Just a couple.
One more time. There you go. You got it. You're good.
Chairman, board, thank you for this opportunity. I'm thrilled to be in this role, serving in this new role, and I'm excited about the opportunities for advancement that we can bring to our students and to our staff that serve those students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Windham School District Central Texas Regional Principal, Mr. Jason Evans, will be recognizing Hamilton Campus Principal Lindsay Vermedal. Mr. Evans, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you and the board, Ms. Hartman. Today, I'm happy and we are happy to recognize Ms. Lindsay Vermedal, the Hamilton Campus Principal. Ms. Vermedal began her career with Windham School District in 2018 at the Dalhart campus, where she initially served as a literacy teacher and later also taught changes. While at Dalhart, she promoted to student advisor in 2020 before advancing to campus principal in 2022. Ms. Vermedal relocated to the Hamilton campus in last July, where she has worked to build a cohesive team and carry out the mission and goals of the district by empowering teachers and staff to be experts in the field of their training. Ms. Vermedal holds a Bachelor of Business Administration in Management from Texas A&M University's Mays Business School and a Master of Education in School Counseling from West Texas A&M University. Ms. Vermedal's pride and joy are her 3 children. Outside of work, she enjoys exercising, working in her yard, and traveling. And on a side note, recently played golf at Pebble Beach in California. Please join me in thanking Ms. Vermedal for her great leadership at the Hamilton campus.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, and thank you, Ms. Vermedal. We really enjoyed, I can speak on behalf of our vice chair, really enjoyed our visit yesterday to see with our own eyes the great work that's going on at the Hamilton unit, and also to hear about your experience in the system and with Windham at Dalhart as well. So we very much appreciate everything you do. Would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Superintendent Hartman. Thank you for the recognition, and I look forward to continuing my service at the campus level with my students and my staff and serving Windham. Thank you.
Thank you. The next agenda item covers consent items, which are listed in the board's posted agenda. For excused absences, we will include an excused absence for General Bill Welch from the April 25th, 2025 meeting. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is a report from Superintendent, Ms. Christina Hartman, regarding Windham performance measures and data. If you're ready, Ms. Hartman, please begin.
Yes, good morning, and I will invite Ms. Jamie Sanders, Operational Support Supervisor, to join us at the podium. Windham School District's Operational Support Department is responsible for overseeing all aspects of data collection and providing data to internal, and external stakeholders. Today, we will highlight some of the key data we gather and share internally and externally. Join me to help deliver this report is Ms. Jamie Sanders, Operational Support Supervisor, who I would like to recognize today for the essential role she plays in the Operational Support Department. Ms. Jamie Sanders has over 15 years of experience in the field of education. Her experience includes having served as a mathematics and special education teacher for Huntsville Independent School District. She began her career with Windham School District in 2017 as an evaluation coordinator in operational support and was promoted to Operational Support Supervisor in 2023. In this role, she is responsible for overseeing attendance accounting and evaluation, as well as assessment processes for the district. Ms. Sanders earned a Bachelor of Business Administration from Sam Houston State University and a Master of Education in Curriculum and Instruction with a minor in Educational Leadership from Midwestern State University. She holds educator certifications for Teacher 4 through 8 and Special Education EC through 12. She is currently pursuing her Educational Specialist degree at Liberty University. Outside of work, Ms. Sanders enjoys spending time at the baseball field as well as fishing with her 2 sons and her new granddaughter. Ms. Sanders, please proceed with your report.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, and Superintendent Hartman. Thank you for the recognition and the opportunity to speak today. Windham School District collects Windham School District collects a wide range of student-related data, including demographics, work history, job assignments, and disciplinary records, among other key pieces of information. This is essential for placing and enrolling students in appropriate educational and career and technical education programs across the district, ensuring they meet program eligibility criteria. Additionally, we collaborate with TDCJ to gather and maintain accurate job assignment data. This partnership supports the successful placement of eligible graduates into jobs aligned with their training upon program completion. The Operational Support Department is also responsible for tracking attendance and student achievement data. This includes monitoring student progress within various programs, recording program completions, and reporting campus attendance rate as part of our broader accountability system. Windham's accountability framework is designed to help district staff monitor and evaluate performance across all campuses. By analyzing campus-level activities, operations, and outcomes, we gain a clear, data-driven understanding of how each campus is performing. A digital dashboard displays real-time accountability scores and statistical data, allowing for ongoing progress tracking throughout the school year. The system not only helps identify areas for improvement, but also highlights and celebrates the accomplishments of both staff and students. In accordance with Texas Education Agency guidelines, Windham's accountability rating is based on 8 weighted metrics: percent of attendance, academic completion, which includes a high school equivalency, high school diploma, and the National Reporting System literacy gains, CTE completions, life skills completions, compliance on a Windham risk-based audits, CTE students who are earning industry-based certifications, students earning their high school equivalency or diploma, and student enrollment based on a campus capacity. For the 2024 school year, the district earned an overall accountability rating of a B. The district also adheres to legislative budget board performance measures, including student contact hours and high school equivalency and diplomas earned. For the 24-25 school year, the target number of contact hours received by students within Windham School District is 10,667,369 hours. The target number of students earning a Texas Certificate of High School Equivalency or a high school diploma is 3,900. For the 25-26 school year, the requested targets are 9,791,204 contact hours and 3,252 high school equivalencies and diplomas, respectively, to compensate for lowered class sizes, the 18 to 22 students in most classes, to support a more reasonable approach for teachers and enhanced support for students. Title I reporting under Every Student Succeeds Act compliance includes a report counting the number of Title I eligible students currently enrolled in the district, which encompasses students under the age of 22 who have not yet earned a high school equivalency or diploma. In addition to enrollment numbers, the compliance report highlights the number of students with disabilities and English learners. The report goes beyond enrollment statistics by also tracking students who earned their high school diploma and equivalency while enrolled. It further details academic progress and including students who made grade level improvements or declines in math or reading. Lastly, the report captures post-entry outcomes, documenting how many students either continued their education or began employment within 90 days of returning to their communities. The report is provided to the Texas Education Agency and is used to determine funding for supplemental classroom and transitional services for eligible students. Windham School District's partnership with the Texas Workforce Investment Council plays a critical role in aligning our educational and career training efforts with statewide workforce development priorities. Formal and informal measures provide valuable insight into the effectiveness of Windham programs in preparing students for workforce integration. Each year, Windham reports on a variety of these performance measures, including program participation and completion rates, which includes tracking the number of students enrolled in academic, CTE, life skills, and their corresponding completions. As part of the report, the Texas Workforce Investment Council monitors the number of Windham students who earn nationally recognized industry-based certifications, which align with the labor market demands. We evaluate how many Windham alumni secure employment within a specific time frame following re-entry. Among the most impactful measures evaluated, wage comparisons between Windham and program completers and non-completers are also reported. These outcomes support our broader mission of providing students with relevant, high-quality training that leads to employment, wage growth, and long-term career pathways. Superintendent Hartman presented at June TWIC meeting to provide updates and field questions from the council. Operational support also shares performance data with state agencies, including Texas Education Agency, Texas Workforce Investment Council, and TDCJ. Most shared data is de-identified to protect student privacy. Additionally, Windham is required to submit a biennial report under Texas Education Code Chapter 19. During the 23-24 school year, in partnership with the University of Texas at Dallas, the district conducted a study on residents released from TDCJ in the 2019 and 2020 school years who participated in Windham programs. The results were positively reflective. Some key data points outlined in the report include participants who completed a Windham program were 10.4% less likely to recidivate than their matched peers. Those who completed at least one CTE program experienced a 5.5% higher wage increase after 1 year of employment compared to their non-participants. 84.78% of participants secured at least one job related to their training. The study concluded that Windham programs significantly reduce the likelihood of reincarceration, provide participants with the skills and certifications necessary for quicker job placement and higher wages, and strengthen core academic skills, contributing to increased high school equivalencies and high school diploma completion rates. Monthly operational support meetings with our leadership team focus on reviewing Windham's TEA measures, TWIC formal and informal measures, and district accountability indicators. These performance measures serve as key tools for assessing program effectiveness and identifying areas for improvement. By meeting regularly, our leadership team can use these data-driven insights to make informed decisions that enhance organizational performance and support continuous improvement.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. And I'll add that the meeting that she's describing occurred yesterday. We're meeting monthly now. You all may remember conversations that we had about those monthly meetings. Very insightful in getting us continuing in the right direction as it relates to data.
And just make sure that we know that what those meetings are all about, if you don't mind to give them a little.
Sure. So the performance measures are really the premise for the meetings, but we do a deep dive into things. I'll use an example from yesterday. We were looking at our career and technical education enrollments and placements, and we were looking at different lengths of programs and having some conversation about programs of study, which may be, lengthier training, more robust training, versus, let's say, a 10-hour course that leads to an industry certification. and ensuring that there are pathways for those particular students that are doing the short courses and leading in the right direction. Because you can, as you all know, you can make the data say what you want it to say, right? So we can tell you that we have 30,000 industry certifications, but if all of those are only 10 hours worth of instruction, there's a difference between the employment outlook, the robustness of the program. So we have conversations surrounding that data. In addition, the academic indicators, we take a look at, what are we reporting? What are the student gains looking like? If we're seeing that there is deficiency district-wide, that the language gains aren't as robust as the math gains or something of that nature. We'll really drill down and then also make a determination on what type of professional development is needed for our teachers. Do we need to shift instructional technology to meet the needs of the students? So pretty intense conversations, and Jamie is certainly an expert in this area. And I'll tell you that this presentation stemmed from a question that General Welch posed several meetings ago when we were talking about district accountability and what those decimal points mean and how we're weighting different things. So we thought it would be helpful to have her come and present on some of this information, which, as I was listening to Jamie, having some context on what she was going to provide, this is a lot of information, and there may be a need for us to come back and additionally at other meetings and break it down one section at a time, for the general public to understand a bit better, and for everyone that's listening.
And the council that you're talking about that met yesterday?
So that was our internal meeting that met yesterday.
But the council that you're also conferring with, to give us a little more information. I know, but it's important for the public to know what the council is that we're talking about.
Yes,
TWIC.
Right, so this is the Texas Workforce Investment Council. The members are appointed by the governor. They are experts in industry. Texas Education Agency is their higher education coordinating board, workforce commission. And the entire state now is looking at a Texas workforce, their strategic plan, and everything that we do, the decisions that we make, the funding that we seek should really align with those outcomes for employment in Texas. So I was able to present to that council on behalf of the district, talk through some of the programs that we're providing, some of the demographics of our student population. We had some discussion about post-secondary education and expanding post-secondary pathways, and really got some good feedback from them on apprenticeship and different areas that we're engaged in for their unique perspective, and then raising an awareness of the available workforce of individuals that are leaving TDCJ and rejoining our Texas communities.
No, thank you for that, and thank you, Ms. Hartman and Ms. Sanders, for your very, very good report. And I'm sure we've got plenty of questions from the board, and I'll start off with a couple. So I just want to make sure I understand. You mentioned that this came out of a suggestion by General Welch to think about, let's try to talk about the forms of accountability. Is my big takeaway correct that we're not just relying on TEA to do our monitoring, that we're actually doing internal monitoring, performance measures, dashboards to show on a continuous basis how we're doing across the district?
Correct. So significant effort goes into the accountability system and what we report. There are specific measures that we report to Texas Education Agency that are then provided to the Legislative Budget Board. Internally, though, the accountability dashboard that Ms. Sanders described is something that we meet every year and we make adjustments to as well. So, for example, if something is going extremely well and we're always getting 100% on it, do we really need to monitor that? There's probably something else that we need to look at that's more significant. For example, I think recent conversations have been surrounding our high school diploma program and looking at measuring the number of students that are entering dual credit programs, the number of students that are completing a program of study where they can have an endorsement on their diploma that may indicate they're not only a high school graduate, but they have significant training in the field of welding or something of that nature. So we make adjustments regularly as we see a need to, either pull something off because, again, you don't really necessarily need to measure what you score 100% on every year, and other areas where we say, we probably need to increase awareness and monitoring in this component and make it a priority.
Thank you for that. And then in terms of, you mentioned revisiting targets, so probably a discussion, like you're saying, Ms. Hartman, for another meeting, but actually I think the board would enjoy hearing a little bit more about, number one, how those targets are set when we're talking about contact hours, we're talking about high school equivalencies, high school diplomas, and also any other targets that are set. and the ways in which we as a board can help support if there is an opportunity to do stretch goals and to increase those targets so we're reaching even more members of the population. What can we do as a board to try to help support that effort? So maybe that's a
Sure.
topic for another.
I would like to just briefly address,
Sure.
I promise I won't talk for too long here,
No,
but
no.
that, you know, when you hear that performance measures or that targets are reduced, sometimes you initially think that, you know, why are we reducing the number of people that we're serving? In actuality, what we were doing was shoving 30 students into a classroom, all on different levels with the teacher, and we weren't seeing significant progress, and we were seeing a lot of stress in both the students and the teacher. So this, we had the opportunity during the pandemic, I will say opportunity to reduce class sizes, and we noticed a very interesting trend that people started making progress more quickly. So as we look at enrollments and contact hours, et cetera, what we're monitoring also is how quickly those seats will now turn over because people are starting to complete the programs. There was also a very large push a couple years ago for high school equivalencies, pulling everyone that was close and getting them through. So now the student population that's remaining are folks that are coming in with levels that are not as high as those. So it takes a little more time. We can certainly go into that in the future, but I do think it's important to note that there was significant consideration and conversation with the LBB when we made these recommendations about the best interest of students and the long-term impacts of reducing the class sizes.
So what I'm hearing is that we may need to expand the resource available to be able to reach more students. We don't want to pack 30 students into one classroom, but we want to reach as many students as we can.
Right, and also concurrent enrollment. So in your career tech ed class, for certain trades, there is a need to know math, most of them, right? I learned a lot more about a tape measure recently than I thought I knew how to use a tape measure. But you can also embed in those career tech classes examples that relate to the content areas, and then those folks are ready to, they're getting their academics in that particular setting.
Fantastic.
So a lot of different areas.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? I know I heard something, Vice Chair, about a matter that's near and dear to your heart, which is the tracking of job placements. So,
How did you know I was about to ask that question?
so I'm turning the mic over to the Vice Chair.
Yeah, and obviously, that's my major concern is people who are being released and going back into society and being able to be employed. And I don't know if your data also include what's happening with our inmates and our students who are completing different certification, plumbing, air conditioning, that sort of thing. Because when I'm going out to these campuses, now, Chairman, I've gone to 60 now, none of these students, none of the teachers know anything about what's happening with their students once they leave. When they get the plumbing certificate, when they get the air condition certificate, I want to know if they're getting employed, because to me that's so critical in terms of sustaining them in society and them not coming back. So have we done any of that? Do we have any idea what's happening there?
So the biennial evaluation report that Jamie mentioned, and she talked about de-identified information as well. So the teachers likely do not know, in many cases, if this specific student is employed and where they're employed. We have some overall data that runs by, I believe, Social Security numbers or TDC, something through TDCJ that comes back from Texas Workforce Commission where we have percentages. And I think likely April Zamora and I can provide a future collaborative report here, and she may have some more specific information on individuals. But I think that a very good point that you're making is that we need to share more of this information with our teachers and make sure that they're aware that the good work that they're doing does result in 84% of individuals securing at least one job in their field of training. So a couple takeaways from the comments. First of all, April and I will, assuming that she is good with that, which I believe she will be, do a deeper dive into that, and then we'll make sure that we're more transparent and forward-thinking with our teachers and making sure that they know a bit more about district-wide what's happening with students.
But we are tracking all of these different specialties, is that correct?
Right. So one of the performance measures that Jamie mentioned, and you can speak to this if you'd like on the biennial evaluation report, your team spends significant time going through and matching specifics, individuals, I believe, with where they're employed and if it's in the field of training.
Right, so we get a file from TWC, Texas Workforce Commission, for anyone who's released and had Wyndham programming, or if they didn't have Wyndham programming, and we're able to match their wages, their type of job back to, did we train them in that field? So we're able to determine, are they in a job related to their training? What type of wages are they making? And how long did it take them to get their first job once they were released?
So we have that data somewhere that you all can provide to us? Board?
Yes, in fact, I think this is a good idea for a follow-up report. We can provide the data on the biennial evaluation report specifically related to employment outcomes.
Okay, thank you.
I think Ms. Zeiker may have a question.
Yes, in follow-up to what Judge Johnson said, I'm really interested in job retention as well, and I know it's much harder to get that information, and I know I've asked this question in a lot of different ways over the years, months, but is there a way for us to track, not only are we getting placements, but also are those students retaining those positions, and where? Because we want to see them staying employed longer term.
So we do have the number. I do not have it with me today, but we do also look at, so TWC wage data comes in quarter, like you get quarter wages. So we do track, and we have a percentage of those who retain their job for at least 1 year. So we know that they start here in this job, and then do they hold it, and our measure is for 1 year. So we don't, as of right now, look beyond the 1 year, but we have the data, and we could.
And it would be possible to look beyond a year as well? If we,
Yes, ma'am.
in a
Yes,
dream
ma'am.
world? Yes?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, I mean, these are very good questions. It sounds like this would be a good topic for a future meeting. And also, if I can provide a little input, I'd like part of that meeting to also highlight the collaborative partnerships that we have with persons and companies who are actively helping to support what Ms. Zeiker is talking about providing those job opportunities and doing their part too to help to make sure that those are not, to Ms. Zeiker's point, they're not just job opportunities that are going to last 6 months, but they actually are job opportunities that can and we know do provide a tremendous career long term. So.
Yes, and I'll give it just one last shout out to April. I've said her name several times here, but this is a highly collaborative effort in the training that Wyndham provides and the Rehabilitation and Reentry Division and connections with employers. So we work hand in hand with that team.
And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that there's no barriers there. I know they're not, that y'all are actively collaborating, even though, you know, you all are working with Wyndham and Ms. Zamora is working with the TBCJ. I see it. I mean, I see it out there all the time, and that's the type of collaboration between Wyndham and TBCJ that I think we absolutely need. So thank you for mentioning that. Any other questions on the report?
Real quick, so at our last meeting, during one of our public speaker comments, we had somebody talk about not being able to connect back with TDCJ after having gotten a job and been released, and then having lost the job. I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know where to go about possibly getting additional help, even though now I'm out and wanting a job, and very frustrated, and it was a pretty emotional discussion he had, or comment that he had during our public speaking. And I would really like us to at least pursue being able to long run determine if our people are keeping jobs and what we can do to help get back on track if they don't have a job. And I know, again, here comes that name, April Zamora. We've got some new programming that I know helps train and helps secure positions before they even get out. What about helping once they are out? Because that's the proof in the pudding. That tells us whether we're succeeding or not, I would think. So I agree with what everybody said.
And thank you for that comment as well. It just brings to mind that in my inbox right now, we have an agreement between April Zamora, Christina Hartman, and the Deep East Texas Workforce Board. So ensuring that we have those connections in the community as well to work collaboratively with us, to assist folks where they know where to go if they need some additional assistance, and also know that they can get back in touch with us.
Great. Ms. Hartman, I understand you may have a brief update on legislative matters as well.
Yeah, so quick update on legislative matters. First of all, thank you very much to our legislature, our Texas legislature. We're very pleased with the outcome of the legislative session. We've got two components here. We have some statutory changes based on sunset in Chapter 19 of the Education Code, and then we have some additional funding. So in terms of the Education Code, the post-secondary management via an MOU with TDCJ was codified in Chapter 19 along with the advisory board that you all met in a prior meeting for post-secondary. The biennial evaluation report that Ms. Sanders described will now include a component on occupational licensing, so we can very specifically see, for those that were trained in regulated fields, the applications for license, how many were approved, and if there were any denials. We will also disaggregate by sex in the biennial evaluation report, so we will be able to see if there are any differences in outcomes or needs for the women versus the men. And the post-secondary providers will also be measured as it relates to the wage earning data and information that Ms. Sanders provided. Couple updates in terminology, and you all are familiar with these already. Shift from vocational to career and technical education, the shift from GED to high school equivalency, and the shift from inmate to student in the district goals. As it relates to the financial component, so first of all, in Senate Bill 1, the Windham increase in B24 appropriation by $1.9 million per year to provide additional information technology positions. That goes back to our digital literacy need and connectivity needs. Also funding for 11 campus expansion. So this is the expansion into the facilities that were formerly privately operated, and those that are coming onto TDCJ. You all are aware that we've been operating there for about a year now. And that were both included in the introduced version and kept in the final version. Then $3.1 million was included for the biennialization of the 5% pay increase from last session. In Rider 6, there was an increase in the cost per contact hour for both academic and career and technical education. Article 5, Rider 26, the post-secondary administration shift from TDCJ to Windham. And Article 9, a contingency rider, this is an exciting one, for HB2 for the addition to allocate educators' salary increases in alignment with public school increases from House Bill 2. So we're working closely with Texas Education Agency and the LBB on that as well. Then the supplemental appropriations, which I've got to say, Robert and I were pleasantly surprised by this. It was somewhere that we had not previously looked, but we were excited to find that the connectivity funding was included in the supplemental bill for 2 years at $1.6 million for the biennium. And that, of course, will meet our goal of having connectivity across campuses, shared support with TDCJ. We have had highly collaborative meetings with TDCJ, one of them yesterday, again, related to how we can share bandwidth, share resources so that we do not have duplicative services. And I think that concludes my update on the legislative.
Well, very, very good report, and let me just say on behalf of the board that we very much appreciate the support of the legislature and state leadership in recognizing the important work that the Windham School District is doing across our state and ultimately serving the interests of public safety. I was very gratified to see through formal legislative sessions, through meetings with individual legislators and legislative leadership, that it was clear to me that there is a firm commitment to providing the resources necessary to support the Windham mission and all of the good results that mission has carried out has for everyone in the state of Texas. So especially when you think about issues, and you highlighted it, but it's important to double down on it to make sure that our teachers within Windham are being treated the same as all teachers in the state of Texas in receiving the much-needed pay increases that we know teachers across the state deserve. So I'm just going to stop there, and I think we need to give a round of applause on that. All right. But also in terms of the connectivity that you talked about and the recognition at the legislative level that in order to make things work in an educational context, whether it's core academics, whether it's post-secondary, whether it's life skills, whether it's career and technical education. I mean, we all know that high on the pyramid of human needs is connectivity. And so that we've received that support, number one, is very important. And number two, I don't want to lose what you said too, that it also is a situation where, again, where we need to not have any kind of artificial barrier on connectivity between Windham and TDCJ. And so it makes me very happy to hear that Windham and TDCJ are cooperating to make sure that whatever that river of broadband that's coming into our units is being used collaboratively in the best possible way, obviously with all required security and privacy concerns, but that we're working collaboratively to get that connectivity into our units and make sure we're maximizing the public investment in that. So with that, I will open it up to any other questions from the board on the legislative side.
I don't have a question in that turn, but I did want to say to you, Christina, as I've gone out to do my little site visits, the teachers are saying that Windham is the best kept secret in the world. They say if they had the choice of teaching in Windham versus teaching in the public educational system, they would choose Windham 100%. They said that if they had known about Windham before they went to the public school, they never would have gone to the public school and taught. So I just wanted you to know that they say they don't have to worry about whether or not the students are going to pull out a knife or a gun. They got security right there inside the unit, so they know they're safe, and they have a captive audience that they can teach to, and hopefully they are learning because they don't have all those other distractions. So that's what the teachers are saying out there as I go from one unit to the next, that they are so excited about working in the Windham School District. So thank you for the job you're doing, because I know it's because of you and your whole team, they feel so comfortable out there doing what they do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, and thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for those comments. Any other questions or comments? If not, Ms. Hartman, we appreciate your report. And our next item of business is the chairman's report. And so I always enjoy each and every one of these meetings, but when I get to talk about what we're talking about today in the chairman's report, it makes me very, very happy. And as we know, and as we've talked about, and as Vice Chair Johnson just stated eloquently, that the district and its Board of Trustees are proud to have exceptional educators across the state who truly care about our students' success, their educational goals and outcomes, and the impact they will have and do have on our Texas communities. And so in a highlight of our board year, today we are honored to introduce and recognize as examples of Windham's tremendous staff, persons recognized within certain categories: 2025-2026 Staff of the Year, Teachers of the Year, and the Dr. Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award categories. So first, we're going to start it off with Ms. Deborah Branch. And Ms. Branch, if you would approach the podium. We had a chance to visit before the meeting. Really appreciate you being here. Ms. Branch, just to introduce her to everyone, is a library assistant for the Coleman and the Kyle campuses, and you are being recognized as the Windham, under the category of Windham School District 2025-2026 Support Staff of the Year. So we understand, Ms. Branch, that you're originally from Austin, and that you were, as part of your childhood development, you were in scouting through the Girl Scouts, and that early connection to the Scouts and a roller skating badge that you achieved through Girl Scouts sparked a remarkable 13-year career, get this, board, as a world-class roller skater. It is not every day, Ms. Branch, that we have a Hall of Famer appear before us. You have achieved multiple national, Olympic Festival, Pan American Games, and World Championship titles, resulting in your induction into the Roller Skating Hall of Fame in 1993. But Ms. Branch, you have not rested on your skates in making an impact on those around you. You graduated cum laude from Utah State University with your degree in elementary education, following in your father's footsteps as a proud Utah State Aggie. And we got to be careful about talking about Aggies when we're here in College Station. So, all right, but we know there are other Aggies out there besides those here. And that was exactly 30 years after your dad's graduation. We understand that you continued your academic journey at Southwest Texas State University as a teacher fellow, graduating summa cum laude. You joined Windham in 2023, and we understand that you have since embraced your role as library assistant wholeheartedly. We understand that you are deeply committed to affording all your patrons access to library collections and resources, and you approach your work with strong organizational skills and a passion for continual learning to better serve others. In addition to your ongoing support at the Coleman and Kyle campuses, we understand that you also played a key role in preparing the library at the new Bartlett Innovation Unit, and thanks for that, helping to transform that space into a welcoming and functional environment ready to support its patrons. Ms. Branch, we're told you uphold high expectations for the functionality of your libraries, ensuring that they are structured, supportive, and conducive to learning. Your thoughtful, warm, and well-organized library spaces are a testament to that commitment. It is also reported to us that you find deep fulfillment in helping patrons discover the power of books, whether as a source of life lessons or a path to spiritual healing. Vice Chair Johnson and I were just talking about this the other day, that, you know, in this day and age where it seems like so much is going digital, and we see that, but when we walk into a library like we did yesterday at the Hamilton unit, it's so gratifying, because we all recognize that power of books, the power of books that you uphold. You take great pride in engaging with patrons to understand their interests and needs, diligently locating books, certificates, special event information, and even completing book series, because everyone, as we know in those series, everyone needs to know what happens next, right? We understand, Ms. Branch, that you are mindful of each patron's educational goals and use the library as a tool to supplement classroom learning, ultimately supporting their growth and the overall success of the campus. We also understand that beyond work, you cherish family time, enjoy gym sessions, indulging in documentaries and binge-worthy series, and that you, obviously, love to read. And do you ever make trips back to the roller rink, is my question to you. So that you don't need to answer right now. On behalf of the board, I ask everyone to please join us in congratulating Ms. Branch on her well-deserved recognition under the category 2025-2026 Support Staff of the Year. And Ms. Branch, would you care to share a few words with us?
Okay. No, I have not been on skates since 1987.
Okay.
Since I retired.
All right.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Hartman, all teachers of the year, and other Windham employees. I appreciate the acknowledgement for the hard work of starting 2 Bluebonnet campuses of Coleman and Kyle. The struggle was real at the beginning because I went from MTC libraries to Windham libraries. But both of them became a place of refuge, peace, and a place to find a good book. Thank you for honoring me with the Support Staff of the Year and the best job ever. And I agree, almost 30 years in public school, Windham is the best.
Next, we welcome Ms. Elizabeth Castine to the podium. Ms. Castine, we had a chance to visit briefly before the meeting, but just to introduce everyone to you and the recognition that we're giving to you today, we're recognizing you today as the Windham School District 2025-2026 Student Advisor of the Year. And we understand, Ms. Castine, that you are a proud lifelong Texan with a deep-rooted commitment to education, that now in your 14th year as an educator, we understand that your journey began at Midwestern State University, where you earned your Bachelor of Science in Education in 2011. And as you began your career, Ms. Castine, you embraced teaching in the field of special education, later transitioning to middle school mathematics, where we understand you discovered a profound love for both instruction and meaningful connections with your students. As further evidence of your passion for supporting students through every stage of their lives, you earned your master's in professional school counseling from Lamar University in 2015 and began your counseling career 2 years later, serving initially 8th through 12th grade students, and that in 2021 you joined Windham as the Changing Habits and Achieving New Goals to Empower Success, or Changes 3 teacher at the Allred campus. The board understands that just as you were instructing your students on how to make changes, positive changes in their lives, that experience changed you and gave you a real perspective on the power of such education among those who, before they came to TDCJ, may not have had the opportunity to have teachers like you mentor and shape the direction of their lives. So we understand that you embrace a teaching philosophy centered on empowerment, helping students become the best version of themselves. Your unwavering dedication was recognized in the 2023-2024 school year when you were honored as the Windham School District Life Skills Teacher of the Year. So we're having a repeated theme here. And received the prestigious Dr. Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award. And both of these, along with today, are a testament to your belief that academic achievement flourishes when students' emotional needs as well as the educational needs are met. In November 2023, Ms. Castine, you stepped into the role of student advisor at the Allred campus, utilizing your counseling experience to support students in setting meaningful goals and reaching their full potential. We understand that you are a strong advocate for ensuring that schools prioritize teaching students how to nurture their emotional well-being alongside their academic success. Ms. Castine, your career and accolades speak for themselves in terms of your unwavering dedication to education. Your ability to inspire, support, and empower students has left a lasting impact. Please, everyone, please join us as the board recognizes Ms. Castine again, this time as Windham's Student Advisor of the Year. Ms. Castine, would you care to share a few words with us?
Of course. So good morning. Thank you all for having me here. I am extremely honored to be standing in front of you today again, representing Windham School District and the Panhandle region. I will be starting my 5th year with Windham in August, and I wrote it down here. So prior to you saying this, Judge Johnson, I proudly share with anybody who will listen to me saying that Windham is the best kept secret in education. Windham has encouraged me to grow professionally and has acknowledged the hard work that has gone into that growth, and for that I do truly thank you all. Without your belief in the change that our students deserve and achieve, we as educators would not be able to inspire them to set goals and then reach them. So thank you again for recognizing my personal growth and work, and I hope that it will continue to be expressed through the outcomes of each student who goes through Windham School District.
Thank you very much. Next, the board will welcome Mr. Garland Wetzler to the podium. If you'll step forward. and you were just before us fairly recently, as I recall. So welcome back. So Mr. Garland Wetzler, principal of the Dominguez campus, and Windham's 2025-2026 Principal of the Year, we appreciate that you are a dedicated leader who envisions empowering adult learners to reach their educational and career goals through accessible, high-quality instruction and comprehensive support. With over 12 years of impactful experience in education and leadership, Mr. Wetzler, you bring a strong commitment to service, excellence, and student success. Before joining Windham, you served in multiple roles within public school, such as being an assistant principal and high school U.S. history instructor within the San Antonio Independent School District. Your commitment to service extends beyond education. As a proud U.S. Navy veteran, and I think we did this last time, but we do it all the time, we appreciate your service there, sir. We understand that your military background underscores your lifelong dedication to leadership, service, and supporting others. Mr. Wetzler, you hold a Bachelor of Arts from Columbia College and a Master of Education and Leadership from Trinity University. You are certified as a principal, EC 12, and in Social Studies 7 through 12. Known for your dependability and steadfast support, Mr. Wetzler, you are deeply committed to equipping your staff with the tools and resources needed to succeed, contributing to the ongoing success that we see of the Dominguez campus. As we heard during the April board meeting, we understand that under your leadership, the campus has maintained an A accountability rating, developed strong partnerships with post-secondary institutions, and maintained the success of the Certified Production Technician, or CPT program, helping students develop valuable workforce skills through the integrated education and training model. So you remember, board, hearing about that during our prior meeting. Dedicated to continuous improvement, Mr. Wetzler, you regularly engage with industry partners to align career and technical education offerings with current workforce needs. We understand that your most recent collaboration with leaders in the manufacturing sector led to a strategic shift from the traditional CPT curriculum to the what's called the Smart Automation Certification Alliance, or SACA, curriculum, better preparing students to modern industry demands. As a Dominguez campus principal, you also help oversee the district's partnership, which we've heard about previously, with the San Antonio Food Bank, where apprenticeship participants have the opportunity to gain hours by doing good work in the food bank's culinary department and warehouse. Mr. Wetzler, you prioritize a culture of open communication and trust, maintaining strong relationships with unit-level TDCJ leadership to ensure educational initiatives are recognized as essential to rehabilitation. And I'll just give a shout out to TDCJ at this point, because we see that, don't we, board? We see that, that recognition among our unit leadership of the importance of education on their units. You prioritize creating an environment where staff and students feel safe to express concerns, and you actively collaborate with teachers to develop engaging, hands-on lessons such as classroom chemistry experiments. You don't want me involved in those experiments, I'll tell you right now. Outside of your professional responsibilities, Mr. Wetzler, we know that you enjoy spending time with your family, including coaching your son's soccer team and attending your daughter's dance recitals. Your efforts to create a positive, future-focused environment for staff and students contributes greatly to their success and the impact they hold on our communities. Would everyone please join us as a board in congratulating Mr. Wetzler on being recognized as Windham School District's 2025-2026 Principal of the Year. Mr. Wetzler, would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir, I would. Chairman Nichols, Ms. Hartman, members of the board, thank you so much for having me here today. I am truly honored to be here again, especially such a short turnaround from last time I saw y'all. I would like to thank Ms. Olivares, my regional principal, who saw that spark in me and knew that I could handle the job at Dominguez and take the reins and take charge over there and lead Dominguez into further success. I couldn't do it without the fantastic staff that I have there. I definitely need to give thanks where thanks is due. They're very open-minded and willing to work with me on some of the ideas that we have at the Dominguez campus, trying to make it resemble as much of a public school as we can for our students. And then lastly, I would like to thank TDCJ and Warden Hammond, who has been just instrumental in making sure that we can do those science experiments, that we can do those book studies, that we can bring those items in, so that way the students can experience those things that they would typically experience in a public school. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, the board welcomes Ms. Audrey Bridgewater to the podium. If you would come forward, please. And we also had a chance to visit briefly before the meeting, but just for everyone's benefit, Ms. Bridgewater, you are being honored today as Windham School District's 2025-2026 Life Skills Teacher of the Year. And just so all the folks here and online might know, you earned your bachelor's degree in education from West Texas A&M University in 2016 and joined Windham in April 2019 at the Meckler campus. Since joining the district, you have taught life skills courses, including Changes and the Cognitive Intervention Program, or CIP, as well as academics, where you incorporate creativity and purpose into every lesson, exemplifying your unwavering dedication to education in corrections. We understand that your impact extends beyond the classroom, with you contributing significantly to Windham's academic programs. We understand that you have played a pivotal role, for example, in developing the district's new individualized study guides and training your fellow educators in their implementation. You also currently serve on the Changes Focus Group, which works to improve the curriculum's effectiveness and redesign it to better meet the needs of both educators and students. You know, that continuous improvement that we always talk about. I like it. A respected leader among your peers, Ms. Bridgewater, you engage your students with innovative teaching methods, utilizing visual aids and interactive projects to enhance engaging learning environments. In December 2024, through the assistance of Windham's Tuition Reimbursement Program, you completed your Master's in Educational Leadership from West Texas A&M University. Congratulations on that as well. Ms. Bridgewater, your continuous pursuit of professional growth reflects your commitment to the students and the district, and we understand that outside of work, you are a devoted mother who actively supports your children's involvement in a wide range of extracurricular activities, always striving to create a well-rounded and enriching home life. On behalf of the board, I ask all of you to join us in thanking Ms. Bridgewater for being a thriving force within the district, inspiring others with unwavering dedication and vision towards student success. Ms. Bridgewater, would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, Ms. Hartman, and the board. I just want to give you a big thank you. I'm very honored to be standing here in front of you today. And I want to thank you for the improvement I've seen within the last few years in the district. And I see all the hard work that you guys are putting forth through the focus groups and that continual improvement like you mentioned before. And I just thank you so much for the ability to be part of all of that growth and development.
Thank you. Next, the board welcomes Ms. Leanna Bates to the podium. Ms. Bates, if you'd come forward. We had a chance to visit a little bit before the meeting as well, but just so everyone might know, here in person and online, you are being recognized today as Windham School District's 2025-2026 Academic Teacher of the Year. Ms. Bates, you bring over 20 years of teaching experience to your role, including spending the last 8 years as an academic teacher at Windham's Crane campus. We understand and appreciate your passion for helping others and your heart for education. which allows you to create a classroom environment in which students are encouraged to grow, achieve, and recognize themselves, their value within that campus community. We understand that you emphasize small group instruction, incorporating peer tutoring and technology, and that you champion kindness as a guiding principle within your classroom. We understand that you are known for your unwavering support of our students, attending every graduation possible to cheer them on from start to finish. Your own educational journey began with a Bachelor of Science in Sociology and a minor in Business from Tarleton State University. You later earned your EC4 certification through McLennan Community College. You began your teaching career at the kindergarten and then first grade levels, where you found great joy, and obviously a very patient person, but great joy in teaching children how to read, introducing them to the wonder of words and the world they open. You also have experience working with 4th and 5th grade students through Texas A&M AgriLife, teaching health, nutrition, and overall wellness. During school breaks, we understand that you also extended this mission by working with low socioeconomic adult populations through similar wellness programs in your community. Residing in Gatesville your entire life, we understand that you proudly represent your community and that you bleed black and gold. And for those of us not living in Gatesville, that means the Gatesville Hornets. Okay, all right. We understand that you are a devoted boy mom, raising your sons with pride. Your oldest, Peyton, attended Texas State Technical College and now works as an electrical lineman for Encore, and that your youngest, Zach, is currently enrolled also at Texas State Technical College in the instrumentation program. So congratulations for that. Outside the classroom, Ms. Bates, you enjoy sports, spending time outdoors, raising cattle with your husband, and singing karaoke. None of that today.
I think some of that.
No, none of that today. Maybe later, not right now. Ms. Bates, the board understands that you aim to inspire your students with a simple but powerful motto, which in your words is, each day may not be good, but there is good in every day. Don't stop looking for it. So you encourage every student to recognize the good within themselves, in which you believe that one life touched can spark a ripple effect of positive change, and that kindness wins. Because of these outstanding outlooks and your dedication to seeing your students achieve success, whatever that may look like for them as individuals, as a board, we are excited to honor you as the district's 2025-2026 Academic Teacher of the Year. Would please everyone join us in giving our congratulations to Ms. Bates. And would you care to share a few words with us?
Not a song, just words.
Yeah.
Chairman, board, Ms. Hartman, Mr. Evans, Ms. Butts, thank you. I am honored. I truly am. I work with some great people, some awesome educators, and so this is just a tremendous honor for me. I am blessed. I get to do what I love, which is help others. And I get to go into the classroom every day. I get to share my love for learning. I get to help my students commit to their successes, but most of all, I get to inspire them and encourage them to never give up, because this is not the end. So again, I thank you for that opportunity, and I thank you for this honor.
Thank you. Our final recognition for today is that of Mr. William Jeff Smith. Mr. Smith, if you would step forward, please. You and I also had a chance to visit briefly before the meeting, but so everyone knows, you're being honored today as Windham's 2025-2026 Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year. And you are also, as they say on the infomercials, that's not all, because you are also being awarded with the Dr. Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award. Mr. Smith, as a board, we understand that you have been a dedicated educator with the Windham School District since 2014. and that you currently serve as a construction technology instructor at the Huntsville campus. Your journey in education began with a Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Business from Sam Houston State University in 1990, and that you began your teaching career as an agricultural science teacher at Alvin Independent School District, continuing on with Huntsville ISD in 1992. Simultaneously, we understand that you operated Smith Construction as a general contractor in Huntsville from 1995 to 2014. So, here we go, another great example of someone who had an outstanding career in private business but felt the higher calling of serving others in a new way. So, originally joining Windham in 2014 as an instructor at the Wind campus, Mr. Smith, you later initiated the construction technology program at the Huntsville campus in 2021, and we understand that in your current role, you integrate technical instruction with practical applications to equip students for thriving careers. That's a common theme of today's meeting. The recognition you received today is in honor of your unwavering commitment to student success, emphasizing hands-on learning and workforce readiness. You engage your students through innovative projects, including having your students build their own small business plans from the ground up, while instilling values like respect, effective communication, and essential soft skills. Additionally, Mr. Smith, you serve the community as an executive board member for the Walker County Fair Association, and you also hold the Lifetime Silver Spur membership. Further, we understand that you are an active Lifetime Alumni Association member of Sam Houston State University. And beyond your professional achievements, we understand you enjoy quality time with your family, as well as pursuing bass fishing and hunting, although it sounds like your good work at Windham keeps you plenty busy. Mr. Smith, we're honored to honor you as the district's 2025-2026 CTE Teacher of the Year and as a recipient of the prestigious Dr. Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award. And by honoring you, we also honor the importance of career and technical education and readiness as a pillar of the bridge to success in the world outside the fences that we all try to support. The board proudly recognizes you for your outstanding achievements, exemplary values, and innovative instructional methods that distinguish you among your peers. And we ask everyone here, and you can cheer on your own if you're watching online, to join us in congratulating Mr. Smith on his outstanding achievement. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Smith, would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, good morning. I'm blessed, appreciative to be here. Thank you for selecting me to receive these awards. Thank you for the opportunity to serve my students. I would like to continue to help them overcome challenges and see them turn the corner and leave my program and be successful in the world. I would like to thank a lot of people that are responsible for selecting me for these awards, but we would be here way too long if I listed them all out. I work with some awesome people. So, thank you, board members. Thank you, Superintendent Hartman. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a board, we celebrate each of these individuals for the meaningful difference they make in so many lives every day. And so we know in recognizing these particular individuals, we recognize all of the hardworking and dedicated educators and staff within Windham for the service and lasting impact they make each and every day on the district, on its students, and the Texas communities we serve. The next item on our agenda is an overview of the Hamilton campus, and as we've already heard briefly from her, our campus principal, Hamilton campus principal, Ms. Vermedal, will be presenting today. So if you'll please rejoin us at the podium, Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning again, Chairman Nichols, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today and share the exciting work that's happening at the Hamilton campus here in Bryan. Our campus currently serves over 230 students across several educational programs, including academics, life skills, and career and technical education, all designed to prepare students or graduates for successful integration into their communities following reentry. Our academic program is focused on helping students earn their high school equivalency, also referred to as their HSC certificate. Our literacy teachers, Ms. Stephanie Arnold, Ms. Amanda Mershon, and Ms. Michelle Ray, collaborate closely with students to identify and close learning gaps using individual study plans, the Texas Adult Basic Education TABE 11-12 curriculum, and Aztec software. This targeted instruction prepares them to take and pass the 4 subtests of the General Educational Development Exam, commonly known as the GED, with confidence. The Changing Habits and Achieving New Goals to Empower Success program, also known as Changes, is instructed by Ms. Ray, Ms. Julie Brooks, and Ms. Blanche Hall. It equips our students with essential life skills to help them live responsibly and navigate to navigate everyday challenges. As part of the Going Home module, each student creates a resume and participates in mock interviews. The curriculum also addresses personal development, healthy relationships, and other life skills crucial for a smooth and successful return to family and community life. Patrons in our library are given several opportunities each week to visit, which holds a collection. Our library collection holds more than 6,000 books, including fiction, nonfiction, and a dedicated college and career section. Participants may earn certificates for reading focus books and testing on them, and they are encouraged to provide submissions in the annual bookmark, poetry, and motivational poster contest hosted by our Library Services Department. And our campus library assistant, Ms. Yolanda Beavers, takes great pride in maintaining the collection. Our CTE programs are designated to prepare students for success in today's job market by equipping them with hands-on, industry-relevant skills. The Hamilton campus currently offers electrical, plumbing, and HVAC. In the electrical program, led by Mr. Jeremy Wordall, students receive foundational training in electrical safety, the National Electrical Code, conduit bending, electrical theory, and residential services. They may earn a National Center for Construction and Education Research, or NCCER, Electrical Level 1 certificate after completing 240 classroom hours. Of those, 144 hours can be credited towards the 576 hours required to become a journeyman electrician in the state of Texas upon their release. With support from Windham's College and Career Readiness team, students can also apply for their apprentice electrician license through the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. The plumbing program, instructed by Mr. Brian Grisham, introduces students to core skills such as tool usage, plumbing math, blueprint reading, and working with various pipe materials and fixtures. Successful students may earn an NCCER Plumbing Level 1 certificate. And in the HVAC Maintenance Technician program, led by Mr. and Melvin Nuttall, students gain knowledge in installation, maintenance, troubleshooting, and repair of HVAC systems. Certifications include the Section 608 Technician Certification for Refrigerant Handling through the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Preventative Maintenance Technician Certification through Mainstream Engineering. Prior to re-entry, students receive assistance from our College and Career Readiness team to apply for their technician registration through TDLR. At what we like to fondly refer to ourselves as Happy Hamilton, And I say happy because we strive for a creative and create a positive, encouraging environment for both students and staff. We have a dedicated team of 8 teachers mentioned above, our library assistant, testing specialist, Ms. Latasha Curry, student advisor, Ms. Carolyn Myers, and myself as principal. Together, we work diligently to uphold the mission and goals of the Windham School District. I am proud to share that the Hamilton campus currently holds an A accountability rating for the 2024-2025 school year, a testament to the dedication of our team. Our average monthly attendance stands at an outstanding 98%. So far this school year, it says 45, but as of yesterday, it was 48. Students have earned their high school equivalency certificates. 189 industry-based certifications have been awarded, and 300 students have completed the Changes program. I'm proud of the successes that we have achieved at the Hamilton campus, and I'm deeply honored to lead this incredible team of educators and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to share about our outstanding campus, and this concludes my report, as I will pause for any questions.
Thank you, Principal Vermidal, and I know Ms. Hartman probably has any follow-up comments from you?
Well, I'll say I always enjoy visiting the Hamilton campus, and one of my really vivid memories is working with the CTE teacher, Mr. Nuttall, and he put some safety glasses on me and a hard hat and put me to work. So I know that they're very receptive to making sure that we have a broad awareness. And congratulations on your attendance percentages and accountability.
Thank you.
And thank you. Very good, thorough, and yet succinct report, which we always appreciate, and just getting that level of information. Any other questions or comments from the board? I know that we just want to say again, I know on behalf of the Vice Chair that, and we encourage all board members, if you haven't been to the Hamilton campus, you need to get there as quick as you can, because it's very inspiring, what's happening there. So we appreciate the good work that you're doing and all the work of the staff, and we appreciate you recognizing the staff that make all this happen. So without any further questions, thank you very much for your time here today.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding depository contract for the 2026-2027 biennium. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Robert O'Banion, will be presenting today. I see you're already at the podium, so whenever you're ready, Mr. O'Banion, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman and members. Today I'm presenting the extension to our depository contract for the 26-27 biennium. In June of 2021, the board approved the bid for our current depository contract to First Financial Bank, and that period began in September of 22 through August of 25. And Chapter 45 of the Education Code allows for that contract to be extended for 3 times for 2 years each time. And today I'm requesting the first extension with First Financial Bank for depository services to begin September 1, 2025 through August 31, 2027. At this time, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do. I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the depository contract for the 2026-2027 biennium as presented.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from Secretary Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding contracts over $500,000. Mr. O'Banion, if you're ready on this one, please proceed.
All right, thank you again, Chairman members. So today I'm presenting, requesting approval for 2 purchases over $500,000. That's outlined behind tab G of your packet. The first is for a contract amendment to add $50,000 to a production of a documentary film with Adam and Elliott Moving Pictures. This is for a contract total amount of $645,000. The purpose of the film is to
replace an outdated documentary that's currently being shown in our life skills classes. The proposed amendment will capture additional experiences from former students that are now in our community, and it was recommended based on feedback from our life skills conference from those teachers that will be presenting this film, and also from students during the initial screening that we've received. So we also included a section to expand on the details of the finished product for a completion timeline by December 31st of 2025. My second purchase is also a contract amendment for student instructional software with Aztec software company. The original contract with this vendor received board approval in June of 2023, and it was a 3-year contract. The total amount at that time that was approved was $3,376,258, and that was for 80 campuses across the district for student academic achievement. And we also included 13 licenses for Title I sites to support those students under 21. Today, I'm requesting the amendment to increase the contract, adding 18 additional locations for a total of 98 sites for academic services, and we also included the same 13 campuses for the Title I services. The amended amount increases the purchase by $1,377,584 for the total contract amount to be $3,995,841. The 3-year time frame on the agreement remains unchanged, which will end in August of 2026. I wanted to comment that the purchase was made through a purchasing cooperative with the Education Service Center Region 6, that's EPIC 6 Purchasing Co-op. And consistent with our purchasing cooperatives, it is bid out and negotiated through the Service Center without any added cost to the district. This software provides diagnostic, prescriptive, and computer-based instruction to support and enhance our academic and Title I programs. And funding for both of these purchases is going to be included in our recommended budget for next school year. So at this time, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. Any questions from the board? Yes.
Just real quickly, about how long is the video typically, and is there would there be an opportunity for the board to see it?
Oh, I would think absolutely. So you want to take
And when will it be ready?
So it's a full-length documentary, so over several hours with pause points for discussion, and it will be ready December of 2025, and I think that we'd be happy for you all to see it.
Okay.
There is a current trailer available that we may be able to make accessible now that's really
The
compelling.
life skills video trailer.
Yes.
Is it on YouTube?
It is not.
I like that.
But I do want to mention that as I began my campus visits as superintendent and as I progressed through life skills classes, we always ask the teachers for feedback and the students for feedback. The number one thing I always hear is outdated film. So, and I see principals nodding and teachers nodding their heads.
Well, maybe we could see the before and the after.
All right, thank you for that. If no other questions, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the contracts over $500,000 as presented.
I have a motion from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. O'Banion. I again thank all of you for coming here today and attending online. The next meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees will take place on Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 in Austin. There being no further business, the 348th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 9:33 a.m. All right, thank you. Good meeting.
When are we going to reconvene?
Let's just take a
In accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act, a quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 9:45 a.m. Okay. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand as approved. Our next item on the agenda is a report from the Facilities Division Director, Ron Hudson, on the status of board-approved projects. Mr. Hudson, you're at this podium, and so if you're ready, please begin.
All right, good morning, Mr. Welch, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Mr. Collier, members. I would like to provide an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Michael Unit Roofing Project. This project is 79%. The contractor has completed buildings 1, 3, 4, 10, and 11. Contractor is currently working on building 8, which is inmate housing, and the 8-building rec yard. The only building remaining on this project is building 7. Item number 2 is the Jester 3 Unit Roofing Project. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost of this project was $11,249,300, and the estimated closeout cost is $9,138,378, or 19% under program cost. Item number 3 is the Stringfellow Unit Replace Roof, multiple locations. This project is 70%. 6 of the 8 building roofs are complete, with only 2 roofs remaining. Item number 4 is the Huntsville Unit Repair or Replace Roof Mechanical Department building. The notice of award is pending. Item number 5 is the Holiday Unit Construct New Training Facility. This project is 21%. Most excavation and groundwork has been completed. Rebar, formwork, and concrete grade beams are ongoing for buildings. Structural steel erection work has begun for the main training building. Item number 6 is the Lionel Unit Design Only, Project Structural Repairs, Inmate Housing, J1 through J4 dorms. This design-only project is 95%. Item number 7 is the Ferguson Unit Project Construct Water Treatment Plant. This project is 18%. Restraint clamp installation is completed and hydrostatic testing has passed. Despite the weather, progress has been made with the underground piping. Contractor is making progress with the above groundwork, setting forms, and prefabricating piping. Item number 8 is the Terrell Unit Project Refurbished Water Tower Treatment Plant. This project is 98%. Contractor is waiting on a control panel and pump fittings to complete this project. Item number 9 is the Conley Unit Project Replace Plumbing and Controls, 3, 4, 7, 10, 11 buildings, inmate housing. This project is 15%. Ongoing work continues in Building 7 with the Icon system. Item number 10 is the Conley Unit Project Replace Plumbing and Controls in Buildings 8, 12, 18, and 19. This project is 4%. Contractor will begin the work once work is completed in 7 buildings. Item number 11 is the LS Unit Install Fire Alarm System Project. This project is 25%. Contractor has completed trustee camp dorm and preparing to move inside the main building of the unit. Item number 12 is the Ferguson Unit Install Fire Alarm System Project. This project is 24%. Contractor is working in multiple areas, which include maintenance, supply, contact visitation, north gym, and back gate. Item 13 is the Beto Unit Design Only Project HVAC, A, B, C, and D housing. This design only project is 81%. The third technical review is ongoing. Item number 14 is the McConnell Unit Design Only project to install HVAC inmate housing. This design-only project is at 12%. Item 15 is the Goodman Unit project to install HVAC. This project is 1%. HVAC equipment has been ordered and scheduled for delivery in August. Item 16 is the Michael Unit project to install HVAC efficiency upgrades to 12 building. This project is 65%. Contractor is currently working in C&D mechanical rooms, installing new air handlers. The transfer switch for 12 building chiller generator has been installed. Estimated delivery date for the new generator is late August. Item 17 is the Stiles HVAC system efficiency upgrades to 12 building. The notice of award is pending. Item 18 is the Beto Unit project renovate ice house. This project is 10%. Demolition of the existing equipment is ongoing and should be completed by the end of June. New ice machine equipment has been ordered. Item 19 is the Clements Unit project to replace chiller systems 1, 2, 3 in multiple locations. This project is now complete. The board-approved program cost of this project was $4,719,900, and the estimated closeout is $3,683,315, or 22% under program cost. Item 20 is the Michael Unit replace clarifier wastewater treatment plant. This project is 85%. Contractor is waiting on arrival of the control panel to complete this project. Item 21 is the Ramsey Unit replace Region 3 training building. This project is at 99%. Next week on July the 2nd, facilities and TLDD will be walking that training facility to hopefully turn it over to them so they can start using that facility. So that's some good news. Item 22 is the Wainwright Unit project, replace agricultural buildings, number 4. This project is 95%. Contractor has completed concrete slabs, framework, metal siding, roof, and ventilation fans have been installed. Currently assembling and installing cages inside the building. This project is still on schedule to be completed in the next 2 weeks, and birds are expected to arrive July the 15th. Item number 23 is the Wainwright Unit project, replace agricultural building, number 5. This project is 40% complete. Concrete slabs, structural steel beams are installed. Framing and trusses installation is ongoing. Metal roof panels will be installed next. Again, this building will be completed by August due to the arrival of birds in September, so we're on schedule for that one also. This concludes my project status updates. I will stand by for any questions you may have.
Real quick, Mr. Hudson, the item number 12, Ferguson Unit Fire Alarm System, identification date, May 1999, initiation April 2024. This is probably just a smaller area, a particular wing at Ferguson. It's not the whole system hasn't had a fire alarm.
It's the whole unit that hasn't had a fire alarm. So in 1999, that was identified, an MWR was submitted. This last session, we got some additional funding for some fire alarm upgrades to our units. Okay. And this is one of the units that we had designed complete that we had put on the shelf, waiting for that funding to come. So once that funding came, we put that out for bid, got bids, and now we're installing a fire alarm there at the Ferguson unit.
Off the top of your head, I should have told you I was gonna ask this, but you know I like to ask you the off the top of your head questions. How many units do we have that we're awaiting fire alarm system installation?
We had 7, these are 2, so we're down to 5.
Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a question and I forgot what it was. I know what it is. On the HVAC system, on the installations of the HVAC, the importance of getting those done and the numbers that are here. Where do we stand overall? I think we talked about this during our meeting previously. Percentage-wise, once these projects are complete, how do we stand as an agency in terms of having HVAC available, the cooling in particular?
That's a great question. Today we stand at, and there's an AC dashboard out there on the TDCJ website. So for the ones that want to go out there and look, there's 48,372 beds that have AC. Currently, right now, we have 1,661 that are in construction currently, which are the Goodman unit that I just briefed y'all on, and the Bartlett unit also. That we're about 95% complete on the Bartlett unit also. Mm-hmm. Then today, like right after we get done with the status updates, I'm gonna present 10 new projects here in just a minute. That's gonna be over 12,000 beds that I'll be presenting to y'all today. So currently, if you look at the 48,372 beds, that's about 34%. But after my updates today, if y'all approve those 10 projects, that will bring us up to 62,174 beds, which will be right at 43% of our current capacity beds that are online.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions from the board? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Hudson. Let's move on to the next item. I think that's the projects for approval, is that right? Hold on. All right, more items for us, if you're ready. You have more items for us?
I do.
Yep, go ahead and proceed.
Okay. You'll show this here.
By trade, I'm a certified welder and industrial millwright, but coming to prison, you know, I realize that I have some faults and things I need to work on in myself, and so I'm trying to productively occupy my time and better myself through programming classes, schooling. Since my incarceration, I've taken the electrical trade, and after that, I've gotten my EPA HVAC certification. Anything that I can learn to better myself for my family, you know, having work in the free world, just because I have a trade, another feather in my cap, it's something I'm capable of doing. I love doing it. It gives me something positive and productive to do every day. You know, I wake up, I'm able to get out, move around, breathe fresh air, stay physically fit, and sharpen my skills. Keep the tools that I have in my toolbox sharp instead of just stagnating and not using them at all. If you do nothing, you get nothing. That is the way that I look at it. If you're doing nothing for yourself, nothing gets nothing. It puts me out of my comfort zone, you know, and being out of your comfort zone is when I think we as human beings grow the most. It's when we get the best experiences. TDC has so much available right now between programming and schooling and trades that I think everybody should be trying to take advantage of it while they can. I mean, it's just one more way to not ever have to come back to this place. I think 20, 25 years ago, tattoos and prison records and a lot of other elements shut people down from getting a lot of jobs and being able to get into certain aspects of being in the community, but things are more socially accepted today. I think rehabilitation has come a long ways. So many employers are working with, you know, TDC to be able to get jobs going out that there's absolutely no reason that anybody can't have a job walking out of this place, regardless of what they want to do for a living, whether it be welding, plumbing, HVAC, electrical, computers. At the end of the day, no matter what anyone can say about me for being in here, for the things that I've done, you know, for the things that I'm going through, I could have walked any walk that I wanted to coming into this place. And I've walked the walk of doing the next right thing, and I'm extremely proud of myself. If no one else can say that, I can say that about myself.
You know, this is Mr. Webb. He is one of our inmates that's on our AC install crew. So we wanted to highlight him today because I talked about the Bartlett unit a while ago. When they were there filming that was actually at the Bartlett unit. Also today, I invited their supervisor, Mr. J.W. Jones, if you would stand up. Mr. Webb works for Mr. Jones, and Mr. Jones is over our AC traveling crew that travels all over the state of Texas, installing ACs, working on ACs, and just some of the units that they've actually installed ACs on, and I'm gonna highlight this for a minute, is the Jester 3, 1 and 2, 15 and 16 dorms, the LeBlanc unit, the Glossbrenner unit, the Nye unit, Lopez Z building, Formby Z building, Sanchez Z building, the O'Daniel restrictive housing, the Carroll Young trustee camp. We just got finished doing 15 sales over at the Bird unit for intake, and then currently they're installing the air conditioning of the entire Bartlett unit right now. So I wanted to recognize Mr. Jones and his inmates, Mr. Webb, that are out there traveling all over the state of Texas, installing air conditioning. So again, thank you for what you do, Mr. Jones and Mr. Webb.
And General, if I can just interrupt, I mean, can we do an amen, brother, to what Mr. Webb said on that video?
Yes.
I mean, that's an amazing message.
Yes.
And are we getting that message out? Is that particular video being posted to our social media platforms?
That will actually be posted sometime this afternoon or tonight. We wanted to show it here first, and that will hit tonight sometime.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. You know, but the one thing that resonated with me is when he said, if you do nothing, you get nothing. So when that resonated to me, I went back and looked at all the certificates and all the things that he's done. He's been incarcerated since 2020. I went back and looked at all the things that he's done. Over 42 certificates this individual has gotten. And when Ms. Hartman was up here just talking about the collaboration of all the divisions of Windham, all of our junior colleges, the chaplaincy, I mean, this guy's gotten everything and anything he can get. And when you look at everything that he's gotten as far as bettering himself as being a father and a man, the one thing, you look here, there's probably like 15 things here that led to a baptism right here. So that's good stuff. So we wanted to highlight him and talk about him. That's what keeps us going every day as employees of this agency is this is a product of what we do. So this is good stuff, very good stuff. So, yep.
I would like you to comment, if you could, on the difficulties associated with installing air conditioning in the facilities that we have today. Can you just touch on that real quickly?
I can. You know, part of the misconception is that we've got a lot of inmates and a lot of staff that can go out there and we can install all these units with air conditioning. When I talked about all of these units that we've done with our inmates, or with Mr. Webb and Mr. Jones and them, what they can do on a daily basis is they can do like the smaller stuff, probably 10-ton air conditions and below. So all these units that I talked about today are 10-ton and less. You know, one of the things when I got this position is it was a goal of Mr. Collier. One of the things he told me is anywhere and everywhere we can put air conditioning, we want to put air conditioning. And that's one of our goals each and every day. So when we identify those places that we can do with our inmate labor or with our employees, we're constantly looking for those areas that we can do those. And then as we get funding, like I'm fixing to present you 10 new projects in a minute, which is, you know, 90-something million dollars worth of projects that we're going to be presenting today, over 10 units. That's going to bring our air conditioning up to 62 million. For those bigger projects is when we have to go outside the agency to hire somebody outside to do those projects for us. So, great question.
It's yeoman's work, and you guys are just doing a fantastic job. Really proud of the work you're doing and the money that you're saving for the agency with some of the initiatives that you put forward.
Yes,
really, really good stuff.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We heard from Mr. Webb about his perspective on being engaged in this and helping in the labor that he's doing. But I want to hear from you. What do you think the benefit is of having our guys doing this? And just in general, on a larger scale, I mean, why is it important for them in your eyes, or is it?
Oh, it is very important. You know, my background with the agency is, you know, with a lot of employees here is, you know, when I first got started here, you don't see the big picture. But as you grow in your career and you get down the road in your career, you look back, and what our main focus is that's the reason we've got a 16.9% recidivism rate, because it's a collaborative effort for all the divisions working together. And to drive that recidivism rate down, it takes all of us working together and pouring into these individuals. And it's about humanizing corrections. You know, 33 years ago when I come to work here, it wasn't so much about humanizing, but you have to change. That's where we are today. You know, with Mr. Webb, I mean, that stuff right there just fires me up, and it fires everybody in this room up to see those success stories. So it, you know, right now in the facilities division, 3 years ago, we had you know, and y'all talked about apprenticeship programs. We had right at 100 apprenticeship programs is where we were. Today, we're right at 400 inmates that are signed up in apprenticeship programs through Windham. And our goal is to keep growing that and growing that and growing that. Because we know if we equip those, like Mr. Webb said, if we equip those individuals with those tools in their toolboxes, they're not going to come back. They're just not going to. And that's our main goal here, is for those individuals not to come back. If you want to do better, you're going to do better. If you want to do nothing, like he said, you're going to do nothing. But we have poured out as an agency to our men and our women for them not to come back, and we've made every opportunity available for them to get signed up for those programs to not come back.
Thank you for saying that it's about them and making sure that they're not coming back, because I think it's important for us to showcase that we're so engaged in the rehabilitation from a holistic perspective, and that we're treating it with humanity. And it's not about that we need the labor within our agency, but in fact, it's about how can we use what the opportunities that we have to better our inmates and our students.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you proceed with your programs here?
All right, today, or this morning, I'm going to be presenting 10 projects. But before I do, you know, this has been a lot of heavy lifting the last year and a half, 2 years since we've got the funding from the last legislative session. And I do want to take the time just real quick just to recognize just a few from our engineering department real quick, who's done a lot of heavy lifting to get to this point today. And I've invited them here today to also recognize them. And if they would please stand up. Mr. Dale Cox, our Director of Engineering. Mr. Terry Stinson, he's another one of our engineers. Kevin Ferran, another one of our engineers. And Tim Kears, another one of our engineers. These 4 individuals right here have worked tirelessly over the last year and a half, 2 years of designing. You know, we talk about designing all of these HVAC projects, working with our outside A&Es. These 4 individuals have worked tirelessly to where we could be here today, where I could present these 12,000 beds or these 10 individual projects to y'all. So I did want to take the time to recognize these 4 individuals for all their hard work and all their heavy lifting also. So thank you. All right, the first of the 10 projects for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Boyd unit. This project will consist of preparing a site outside the perimeter fence to install a modular chilled water plant, trenching or excavating to install chilled water piping, demolition of the existing heating and ventilation units, installation of new chilled water air handling units, and installation of air rotation units on the new concrete pads at the expansion dorm. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. Bid date for this project was received in March of 2025. The age of the Boyd unit is 32 years old. This was designed by Hewitt Zollers, Inc. The bid proposals received for this was $18,997,000. Total estimated program cost is $26,275,100. I'll pause for any questions. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Gurney unit. The work will consist of demolition of existing heating and ventilation units, the installation of concrete pads for equipment, HVAC units, ductwork, mini-split heat pump systems, and additional insulation to exposed dorm walls. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. Bid date for this project was May of 2025. The age of this unit is 31 years old. This was actually in-house designed by Mr. Kevin Ferran, who I just pointed out. The bid proposal for this project come in at $7,690,000. Total estimated program cost is $10,301,600. I'll pause for any questions. The next project for consideration is the install HVAC inmate housing at the High Tower unit. The work will consist of preparing a site outside of the perimeter fence to install a modular chilled water plant, trenching or excavating to install chilled water piping, demolition of existing heating and ventilation units, installation of new chilled water air handling units, and installation of air rotation units on new concrete pads at the expansion dorm. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. Bid date for this project was March 2025. The age of this unit is 35 years old. The design of this project was done by Hewitt Zollers, Inc. The bid proposal for this project was $16,954,227. Total estimated program cost of this project is $23,148,000. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Jester 3 unit. The work will consist of installation of concrete pads for equipment, HVAC units, ductwork, electrical distribution upgrades, refrigeration, piping between the air units and condensing units, gas piping to the unit's furnaces, and split system furnaces and coils. A new emergency generator will also be installed to provide power for the new HVAC system. The new system will meet all applicable requirements for standard for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. The bid date for this project was March of 2025. The age of this unit is 42 years old. This was designed by Park Hill. The bid proposed for this project was $3,944,000. Total estimated program cost of this unit is $5,828,300. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Luther unit. The work will consist of installation of concrete pads for equipment, HVAC units, ductwork, electrical distribution upgrades, and refrigeration piping between the air units and condensing units, gas piping to the units and furnaces, and split system furnace and coils. A new emergency generator will also be installed to provide power for the new HVAC system. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. The bid date for this project was March of 2025. The age of this unit is 42 years old. This project was designed by Park Hill, Inc. The actual proposal for this project was $5,894,449. Total estimated program cost of this project is $8,484,600. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Polunsky unit. The work will consist of demolition of existing heating ventilation units, preparing a site to install a air-cooled chilled water package unit, installation of concrete pads for equipment, trenching or excavating to install chilled water piping, installation of new chilled water air handling units, and electrical distribution upgrades. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiencies, and will be connected to emergency backup power. Bid date for this project was May of 2025. The age of this unit is 31 years old. This design was done by Jacobs Engineering Group. The actual proposal for this project was $5,726,000. The total estimated program cost is $8,291,500. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Pallage unit. The work will consist of installation of concrete pads for equipment, HVAC units, ductwork, electrical distribution upgrades, refrigeration piping between the air units and condensing units, and gas piping to the unit's furnaces. A new emergency generator will also be installed to provide power for the new HVAC system. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. Bid date for this project was March of 2025. The age of this unit is 42 years old. This design was done by Park Hill, Inc. The actual proposal for this project was $5,265,500. Total estimated program cost is $7,585,000. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Stevenson unit. The work will consist of preparing a site outside of the perimeter fence to install a modular chill water plant, trenching or excavating to install chill water piping, demolition of existing heating and ventilation units, installation of new chill water air handling units, and installation of air rotation units on the new concrete pads at the expansion dorm. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiency, and will be connected to emergency backup power. Bid date for this project was March of 2025. The age of this unit is 31 years old. This design was done by Jacobs Engineering. The bid proposal for this project was $20,059,000. The total estimated program cost is $28,070,400. The next project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Stiles unit. This project will consist of demolition of existing heating ventilation units, preparing a site to install an air-cooled chilled water package unit, installation of concrete pads for equipment, trenching or excavating to install chilled water piping, installation of new chilled water air handling units, and electrical distribution upgrades. The new system will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiencies, and will be connected to emergency backup power. The bid date for this project was May 2025. The age of this unit is 32 years old. This was designed by Jacobs Engineering. The bid proposal for this project was $5,474,000. The total estimated program cost of this project is $7,957,200. The last project for consideration is to install HVAC inmate housing at the Terrell unit. This work will consist of installation of concrete pads for equipment, HVAC units, ductwork, electrical distribution upgrades, refrigeration piping between the air units and condensing units, gas piping to the unit's furnaces, split system furnaces and coils, and replacement of plastic sanitary sewer piping with cast iron piping due to the code requirements for HVAC return air spaces. A new emergency generator will also be installed to provide power for the new HVAC systems. The new systems will meet all applicable requirements and standards for comfort, indoor air quality, and efficiencies, and will be connected to emergency backup power. Bid date for this project was March of 2025. The age of this unit is 42 years old. This was designed by Park Hill. The bid proposal for this project was $8,636,000. Total estimated program cost is $12,154,000. And I pause for any questions.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hudson, thank you. As you went through the presentation of these 10 different projects, you listed for us the age of each of the units. And it would be nice to see, presuming that the projects get approved, it would be nice to see in front of us as we move forward in the progress of the projects, what's the age of the unit? And then also, you didn't mention it, maybe you didn't have it in front of you here, the number of beds that each one of these projects covers?
I do. All of them combined, it's gonna be 12,141 beds, all these combined. But I do have it listed by unit. If you wanted me to go back and list by unit, how many beds in each one of these units, I can.
Yeah, in the future, I don't know if you were able to show, I know your remarks column can get pretty big there, but just for us to be able to see, we're progressing toward adding another 1,000 beds or whatever, and when that might happen. So on a unit by unit basis, it'd be nice to see.
Yes, I can do that.
General, if I might, so I'm going to give you a chance to catch your breath there. And I'm just going to say that it's a very, very good day when Ron Hudson loses his breath talking about all of the AC projects that are going on throughout the system. And so is it my understanding that, first of all, that the projects we're talking about today, those represents projects that were funded in the last go-round through the legislative session?
That is correct. These projects, along with some of the other ones that I talked about with Mr. Jones, that money has been spent, and this will conclude the rest of that funding for what was approved at the last session. Yes, sir.
And then, so this does not, what you're presenting us today, does not take into account the projects that we'll be seeing in the future based on the legislative support that we got in this session that just concluded, correct?
We are already working on those projects. Again, if you go to that AC dashboard, you will see over 18,000 beds right now that these engineers are already working on that are already in design, with many of those already complete already, that will already be going to our contractor procurement division. Some of them have already been sent over there in the last month, that we're already moving faster now because of what we learned going through this first phase, that now we're able to move faster, where when we got that funding for this session that we're already in, we've already got some of those already designed complete, and we're already moving faster just from some of our lessons learned already, that when you're trying to air condition buildings that have never had air conditioning in them before, there's a learning curve that goes with that. But now that we've got some of those lessons learned behind us, we're able to move faster now that we've got conceptual designs and true designs now on some of our like units, we're able to move faster now.
Yes, sir, but I just want to make sure it's clear for the public that the projects that you're presenting here today,
yes,
and that we may be taking up later, we will be taking up later, yes, in our this is based on appropriations from the last session.
Yes.
And we can anticipate in the future seeing more presentations like this, given the speed with which y'all are proceeding on projects that are employing the funding for air conditioning that the legislature appropriated in the session that just concluded.
That is correct.
Mr. Collier, I think you have a comment.
Chairman, I was just going to clarify, based on that line, I knew what you're asking, but in addition to the funding that we received this session for additional air conditioning that you'll see as it rolls out, But in addition to that, we also were funded for the 5,600 dorm beds that we requested that are air-conditioned. We also are purchasing the 2,000-bed facility in Post, Texas. So when you cumulatively add those numbers and you look at what those projects are going to yield, and I realize it's probably 27, 28 time frame before they're completed, but you'll be north of 90,000 beds in the system with air conditioning at that point. And then that doesn't count what hopefully the agency would achieve in 27 in the session.
That is correct.
That would put you well over half. That's
About
going to put you
62 about
60.
62%
yeah.
when you add all those up.
Yes, ma'am.
So my other question is, just to make sure it's clear for folks who are here and maybe watching, is that there's obviously variation in the total spend on these various projects. Is part of what's driving that the fact that on some of these projects, like I look at Polunsky, it specifically, this item is for the 3 building at Polunsky.
That's correct.
So when we see an item that may be less money, does that represent a project that's going to add to existing air conditioning that's already in place at some of these units?
Some of that is, but a lot of it has to do with the type of air conditioned system that we're actually installing in that unit. Where you see some of the lower cost, like at our Jesters, our Palage, our Luthers, and our Terrell units, yes, those costs are lower, but those are dorm type settings with lower ceilings. We're putting air rotation units, a DX type of equipment, 20-ton unit on the edge of the building, where we're gonna be forcing air in. When you hear me talk about water chill systems or air cool systems, those are our units that are campus style units where your buildings are spread out amongst your unit. You have a lot of cells in those type of buildings with higher ceilings. When you get up over 400 tons, some of these units are requiring 900 tons of air. When you talk about the totality of a unit of how much air we're having to supply to like a Stevenson or a Boyd or a Hightower, those are where we're putting that water chill system in. It takes a lot more tonnage, and those units are spread out with more cells and higher ceilings within, and two stories of cells with higher ceilings within those buildings. So it takes more tonnage and more air, and a higher cost with that.
Understood.
That is associated with that type
Understood,
of
but
installation.
there's some of these units that we're spending money, we're adding AC to existing AC in housing areas, correct?
That is correct. Like the Jester 3 unit,
Yes, sir.
that cost is going to be lower compared to some of the like units. That's because we've already got Jesters 1, 2, 15, and 16 dorms that are already air conditioned already, that now we're going to go back and re-air condition that whole unit. And all of these units have a trustee camp. They're all going to be air conditioned too. They're all included in that also.
But there are other projects that are larger in dollar value where we're actually installing AC in housing areas for the first time on that particular unit. Is that?
For the first time, yes, sir. The majority of these are, yes, sir.
And would Stevenson be an example of that?
Yes, sir. Stevenson, Hightower, Boyd, yes.
Okay. Thank you, General.
I have two other questions. One, I'd like you to describe the disparity between the bid price and the project amount. We've had this discussion before, but I want people to understand the project amount is more than the bid amount. Why is that?
That is, if we get into these projects and we have change orders, especially with these being something new, like these air conditioned. So if we get into these projects and we have some more electrical upgrades we have to do, or we get into something that's going to require a change order, that doesn't require me to have to come back to the board for approval. We have that latitude within that program cost to go ahead and do those change orders, which you already see in your book. So any change order that we do within those projects, we send you that list already, but we don't have to come back for the board approval for those change orders. We don't have to wait on that either, so we don't have the latitude to wait to the next board for that approval. We can go ahead and do that change order and keep that project moving.
And is some of that also because of the cost of having, you have to factor in the cost of TDCJ employees working on the project as well?
That is
and
correct.
the time that they put into it.
There's some of that also, yes, sir.
But, and then the savings that you achieve is in that area where you can go in and say, okay, you quote for us earlier, huge dollar savings that you were able to achieve. And that's how you can get those done.
Yeah, that is correct. Two of the projects we completed earlier, I tell you what the construction cost was, the program cost. I think one of them was at 18% and one of them was 22%. That was left in the program cost. That actually goes back into our program budget. We're actually spending that money on other projects.
That's excellent.
Yes,
doing great work in that area.
Yes,
the other one that I have is chilled water systems require maintenance. Is there programmed dollars? Do you take that into account when you're putting in a big chilled water system, the cost of maintenance and preventive maintenance and care of those systems?
You know, one of the things you heard on those 3 projects is that we're going to put a place outside the perimeter fence for those chill water plants. What we're going to do is when those get up and operational, we're actually going to have a maintenance agreement with an outside vendor. But one of the things that they're going to be required to do also is train our inmates on how to work on those. So as we continue to put more of those systems, you know, install more of those chill water systems in our, because our plan is to put a whole lot of those type of chill water plants across as we air condition more units. This is going to be a training ground for our inmates to go into those chill water plants to learn. That's going to be part of that maintenance agreement with those vendors to train our inmates so we can send them across the state to work on all of our HVAC equipment.
Yeah, and you've also done that with our water treatment plants and our
Yes,
sewage treatment.
Yes,
so
we have.
This is all good stuff, and
Yes,
we really appreciate your efforts.
Yes,
Are there any other questions from the board? Well, once again, Mr. Hudson, unbelievable work from your division, and we really appreciate all that you're putting forward for the agency. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
All right, the last 4 agenda items are the manufacturing, agribusiness, and logistics MAL division reports, which will be provided by MAL Division Director Bill Lewis. Mr. Lewis is at the podium, and so if you're ready, please begin, sir.
Good morning. I'll have 4 items on the agenda that we'll be presenting to the Texas Board of Criminal Justice today. We'll be requesting your approval for those items. I'd like to add that all of these land transactions presented in the committee today include language requiring indemnification as a grantee's responsibility in the most favored nation clause. Compensation was negotiated at current geographical appraisal value. Went ahead and did that at the beginning. That way we don't have to do that on every land transaction that we talk about today. Trying to cut it shorter, not continue to go. I was just looking abroad, that's it. The City of Dilley request, our first item, the City of Dilley requests renew an expiring easement for one 12-inch pipeline at the Briscoe unit. The easement includes an area of approximately 1,437 acres of land, or 3,130 feet long by 20 feet wide, for the transportation of water. City of Dilley has agreed to pay $5,472 for the renewal of this easement for a 10-year term. If you'll direct your attention to the screen, as noted by the red marker on the map, the requested acreage is located in the western part of the property. The City of Dilley was granted the request for the original easement 10 years ago to enable the city to lay a connecting water loop system. The loop system would connect with 2 existing water lines. This pipeline will not only serve interests for us at the Briscoe unit, it will also be used to benefit federal and private properties outside the TDCJ boundaries. Additionally, the pipeline increases the overall pressure in the city's water distribution system and provides an almost fail-safe water delivery system in the event of a dual breakdown. They have been having pressure issues in the City of Dilley with their water system. I stand available for questions. Second item, Phillips 66 Pipeline requests to renew an expiring easement at the Clemens unit, which includes a surface area of 0.7 acres of land along with a utility access road consisting of 0.2 acres, 30 foot wide for a combined acreage of 0.9 to continue transport of natural gas liquid. Phillips 66 Pipeline has agreed to pay $15,255 for the renewal of this easement for a 10-year term. Again, if you'll direct your attention to the screen, as noted by the red marker on the map, the requested acreage is located in the southwestern portion of the property. The original easement in 2015 by Phillips 66 Pipeline was granted as an above-ground surface facility easement to service 2 pipelines, one 16-inch pipeline, SR-72 ethane line that runs underground from Clemens to Stratton Ridge to an existing one, a 10-inch line that runs from Sweeney Refinery to Freeport Terminal. Those are valve sites. I stand available for any question. Our next item will be at the Gurney unit. Solution Midstreams requests a new easement for one 24-inch pipeline at the Gurney unit, which includes an area of approximately 11.738 acres of land, or 10,225.83 feet long by 50 feet wide, to transport natural gas. The request includes temporary workspace for an approximate total of 5.028 acres for use during the pipeline construction and installation. Solution Midstream has agreed to pay $340,124.95 for this easement and the temporary workspace for a 10-year term. Again, on our screen, as noted by the red marker on the map, requested acreage is located in the southwestern portion of the property. The natural gas line will be transporting from the forthcoming surface site through the proposed gas processing facility. The facility will be constructed on lands of Circle E Enterprises located in Palestine, Texas. Once gas is in the process, it will be placed into an existing pipeline owned and operated by Midcoast Pipeline. I'll stand available for any questions. Our last item is at the Halbert unit. Atmos Energy Corporation requests a new easement at the Halbert unit, which includes an area of approximately 0.517 acres of land, or 22,500 square feet. Additionally, the request includes 0.584 acres of road access easement and temporary workspace of 0.137 acres for use during construction of the installation. The easement is adjacent to an existing service easement granted to Atmos Energy Corporation in 2019. Atmos Energy Corporation has agreed to pay $210,895.80 for a total of 1.238 acres for the easement and the temporary workspace for a 10-year term. The new easement space of 0.517 acres will be used for operations such as laying, constructing, operating, maintaining, inspecting, repairing, replacing above and underground existing pipelines, and the existing pipelines will continue to transport oil, natural gas, renewable biogases, carbon dioxide, and more. That's the end of the items that I have to present. I again stand available for questions.
Are there any questions from the board? I have two items, if I may. One is not on these in particular, just on some of the other really fine work that you and your division are doing, and the coordination between you and Mr. Hudson on various initiatives. The chicken house, how's it going?
It's going.
It's going
really
real good, right?
Yeah, it was touch and go there for a minute, but Mr. Hudson finally became the hero that he talked about.
He's a hero, yeah. So
65,000 birds in each house by July the 18th, and what people sometimes don't know, we have to order those birds 18 months out. So by the time we get them, they're pullets. So either we were gonna have them, I told my wife, on our television and in our house, if Ron Hudson didn't get those chicken houses ready, but we're on point to receive them in mid-July to have them in there.
They go stay with him when the places aren't ready?
Yes, ma'am, they can go to Madisonville and stay with him. Yes. He's building all that air conditioning, he ought to have a place to keep them if he wants.
The other things that I have are the good operations. What we don't understand is you have massive operations across the state. Cattle operations. I had a chance to visit the slaughterhouse for our pig operations, and just an amazing capability to really produce the meat that's necessary to keep the protein levels up and such throughout our system. It'd be nice to hear about that sometime, and so in future reports we may want to get into some of your successes in the areas of cattle and other livestock. In addition to that, all the crops throughout the state that we're producing. We have the cotton and all of the beans and such that are really going on. It's an amazing operation, and kudos to you and your team for the work that you're doing. And I think in the future we'd like to know more about some of those areas as well. So just a heads up.
Proud of what we do, and our folks do an outstanding job out there, and would love to do that. Would love to be a part of that.
Fantastic, yeah. Okay, no other questions from the board, then there being no other further business of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Financial Operations Committee is now adjourned, and the time is 10:33. Thank you.
The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Victim Services Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 10:33 a.m.
I don't know why I'm having to follow Bill Lewis, but I'm going to try to do a good job.
You're going to do great.
Okay.
I'm excited for this one.
I'm excited too. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, can I
Ms.
do-
Syker, and
Can
you
I
want
do
me to
my
stop?
approval of minutes quickly?
Okay,
One
do it.
second.
Go.
Sorry.
I thought
Sorry.
y'all did that at the last meeting. I apologize.
No, we got to approve our last meeting minutes. So the first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented, which I think was just deferring to today? So, no? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand approved. Now.
Okay, I'll start over.
Now, our next item on the agenda is an update provided by our Victim Services Division Director, Angie McCown. You're already here. I'm excited to hear what you have to say. Please proceed.
Okay, so let's try that again. I apologize. I was not here on April 7th. I was not here for the April board meeting. And as a result, I'm here now talking to you about the Victim Services Division. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to show up again at a board meeting and have this presentation. So again, good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Ms. Syker, Pastor Sprinkle, Mr. Collier, and everybody else that's here today. I appreciate the opportunity to share something with you that I'm extremely passionate about, and that is the services that this agency provides to violent crime victims, as well as to our staff who've experienced critical incidents. So you may or may not know that the Victim Services Division here at TDCJ originally started in the Parole Division back in 1993. In 1993, there were also victims who came forward to TDCJ and asked for them to create a program called Victim Offender Mediation Dialogue, which I'll talk about in just a moment. In 2001, the 77th legislature actually created a right in Chapter 56 of the Code of Criminal Procedure that made it a victim's right to be able to request Victim Offender Mediation Dialogue from this agency. And then in 1997, the Victim Services Division actually was created, elevated to that status so that they could continue to serve victims. Go ahead, Mike. So the Victim Services Division currently consists of 15 FTEs, so 15 positions, 20 of which are grant funded, either through the Office of the Governor or through the Office of the Attorney General. It's important to note that all of our services, with the exception of some of the services that we provide through Employee Support Services, all of those services are mandated by law, and most of those mandates can be found in Chapter 56 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, some in the Government Code. I would refer you to our Victim Services FY24 annual report, which is available on the website if you'd like more information about the statutes that guide our work or about any of the statistics and information regarding some of our accomplishments that occurred in FY24. The notification section consists of 15 FTEs, 5 of which are responsible for our hotline, which I'll talk about momentarily. And they are there to assist us with ensuring that victims are able to access their rights as they relate to post-conviction and notification services. In FY24, you will see a breakout on that graph of the different types of violent crime victims who have registered with us in FY24. You'll notice that our highest percentage of registrants comes from the area of domestic violence or family violence. And I have to say, and I'll talk about this position momentarily, that I think that increase in that area is due to a position that we currently have at Victim Services that does actual targeted outreach of those victims of domestic violence when an inmate is received at TDCJ who has committed that type of crime. Go ahead. Our hotline workers are extremely busy. As you can see, they take calls from victims, from criminal justice professionals, from civilians who just have questions about rights or services that they might want to provide to victims of violent crime. And in FY24, they had 17,851 calls that were answered. These calls can range in time from 5 minutes a call to over an hour a call. Oftentimes when a victim calls our office, they will indicate that it is the first time that they have felt like that someone actually took the time to listen to them to the entirety of the conversation that they needed to have. And so we're really grateful to have those hotline workers. Go ahead, Mike. We also have a correspondence team in the notifications section. They are responsible for receiving all of the correspondence that comes into the agency that is typically going to be protest material. You will see they are also responsible for sending out notifications. So you will see that in this past fiscal year, they received 13,500 approximately pieces of correspondence, and that they sent out a total of 141,000 notifications. Go ahead. So, shout out to Ms. Syker. So she came to us last year with messages from the victims of violent crime that she works with in the Harris County area, stating that victims wanted to have a little bit more flexibility and control over when and how they receive their notifications. They don't want notifications around the anniversary date of the crime. If it's a homicide, they don't want notifications when it is their loved one who has been deceased's birthday. And so we were able to work with our provider, Syllogist, who runs our notification system, the Integrated Victim Services System, which is IVIS as we refer to it. It's a very configurable system, and it allowed us to be able to add these updates. So we now have dark hours that they can request. Some victims want notifications 24/7, but some victims don't. And so they can now select those dark hours and will not receive notifications. And they can select the hours of the times in which they don't want those notifications pushed through. They can also do the blackout dates so that they're not receiving notifications at holidays, anniversary dates, etc. So thank you, Ms. Syker, for helping us with that.
No, thank you. And thank you guys for going above and beyond on this system. Just to give a little more context, I had several victims approach me who received notifications at very sensitive times. Even, one that sticks out to me is a victim that I've worked with for many years who received a notification while wedding dress shopping with her daughter and was devastated because it kind of ruined that experience for her. And so giving them the ability to select the dates that they don't want to receive notifications and times really empowers them, which is something that the power and control isn't something that victims really ever get in our system. So this is a huge step, and we've received great feedback about this. And in the Houston area, our victims community is shouting this from the rooftop. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Go ahead. So we also have some notifications that we continue to generate manually for a variety of reasons. Either they're complicated or they're extremely time sensitive. And those notifications you can see there on the slide. We do call victims who are registered to offenders if an offender dies while in our custody, so that they don't receive that information through the media or in a way that's insensitive. In addition, we have a few other notifications that we make around withdrawal of SISP, super intensive supervision, and last but not least, if we have an inmate or a parole client who is transferring from in or out of state supervision, then we will make those notifications manually, and those will also include a telephone call. Go ahead. We also have an analyst. I make that sound like we have a huge group. We have 2 analysts, and they are experts in some of the intricacies of post-conviction work, and they are available to answer the questions that maybe are a little bit more difficult to find answers to when the hotline gets a call. They're also very involved in working with victims of violent crime when an inmate goes into case pull. In other words, their parole review is coming up. And so they take a lot of calls, they research cases, and you will see up there some of the types of cases they've worked in the last year and the amounts. So they're very busy for 2 analysts. Go ahead. So now I'll go on to the programs section, which consists of the Texas Crime Victims Clearinghouse, Direct Services, and Victim Offender Mediation Dialogue. And the young man to my left, who is helping me with the PowerPoint slides today, has worked both in the Clearinghouse and the Victim Offender Mediation Dialogue program. The Texas Crime Victims Clearinghouse, you can go on, sorry, Mike. Thank you. The Texas Crime Victims Clearinghouse was established by Governor Mark White in 1983. That was 1 year after President Reagan's task force on victims of violent crime. There were 7 sites across the United States where President Reagan's task force, who was led by Lois Haight Harrington, there are 7 sites in the United States where they went around and spoke to crime victims, criminal justice professionals, and victim advocates, and just members of the community to determine what is the best way to serve victims. And one of the communities where they had one of these meetings was in Harris County, and it was led by the Harris County District Attorney's Office. Suzanne McDaniel, who was at the Harris County District Attorney's Office at that time, and then the next year, she took a position at Governor Mark White's office, and she was responsible for writing the legislation that created the Texas Crime Victims Clearinghouse. Go ahead. So you'll see that we create quite a few publications in the Clearinghouse. If you are not receiving our Victims Informer newsletter, please let me know so that we can make sure that you receive that. It's a publication that we send out to a very large audience of criminal justice professionals and victims of violent crime. But there are other publications that we produce as well. Go ahead. The Clearinghouse is also mandated, according to the Code of Criminal Procedure, to revise the victim impact statement after every legislative session. And actually yesterday was our first victim impact statement revision committee meeting, and we had 40 people who came in from all over the state, many from prosecutors' offices, to be able to assist us in taking a look at the legislation that has passed and how that might impact any revisions or changes that need to be made to the victim impact statement. In addition to revising the victim impact statement, the Clearinghouse is also responsible for collecting statistics from each county about victim impact statements that have been sent out, victim impact statements that have been received, and then we compare that to the amount of victim impact statements that make it to TDCJ. Unfortunately, those numbers have historically been low. On average, the counties on average receive back about 15% of the victim impact statements that they send out or supply to victims of violent crime. I pulled just a couple of the stats just because I thought they would be of interest to those of you on the board. But if you were to go to the annual report, you can look at each county and you can determine how well they're doing in collecting that information and sending that information to us at Victim Services. Harris County's return rate is one of the higher ones, still low, but one of the higher ones. They have a 25% return rate. Travis County, where I live, has a 2.3% return rate. Dallas County has a 6.6% return rate, and Tarrant County has a 12% return rate. So there are a variety of conversations that we can have about where those issues fall, but I'm not going to go there today. I'll happily answer any questions you may have But those return rates, we work really, really hard to get those up, but they continue to stay low. When I first came to TDCJ, the average return rate for victim impact statements back in 2008 was 4%. So it's come up, just not enough. The Clearinghouse also does a lot of training. Some of that training is online and through webinars, but we also host the in-person Texas Victim Assistance Academy, and that is for all victim assistance providers in the state of Texas. And that academy, the next one, will be held in August. Go ahead. So we have direct services regional victim services coordinators throughout the state. Strategically placed so that they can assist victims, so victims aren't relying just on our staff who reside in Austin and Huntsville. Go ahead. These RVSCs, as we refer to them, provide direct services to victims. They provide training to victim services professionals. They work really hard with the county district attorney's office to try and improve the collection of those victim impact statements. And you can see here the number of victims that they served in FY24. Go ahead. So when Mary McCafferty was the deputy director at the Victim Services Division, she noticed that we were getting a lot of calls from domestic violence victims who either were fearful because the inmate was incarcerated and they felt like they were still harassing them while they were incarcerated. Or we had domestic violence victims who were calling wanting to know why they couldn't be on the telephone list or be able to visit the inmate, not understanding that the judgment and sentence order denied that ability. And so we weren't quite sure initially how to manage that. We knew that there were additional needs that these victims had. So Mary had the brilliant idea to write into one of our grants a position that would just focus on domestic violence, and not just offenders that we were receiving who'd committed domestic violence, but those offenders who were coming into the system really looking at, do they have a history of domestic violence? Because a lot of those calls were coming from victims whose inmate had previously served for domestic violence, but maybe was currently serving for an alcohol or drug-related case. And so we worked very carefully with Andy Barbie and his division to be able to figure out a way to pull those statistics as we receive inmates, and it's made a significant difference in the community in our ability to serve these victims. Go ahead. We also assist with executions. Not every victim's family chooses to witness an execution, and not every victim's family may feel comfortable with the decision that the state or the prosecutor made in the death penalty case. However, we honor all of those victims, and we find a way to support all of them through the execution process. You can see that we had 6 executions in FY24 that were attended by 20 victims and 9 support persons. Go ahead. So as I said earlier, Chapter 56A, Crime Victims' Rights, includes that right to request an in-person victim offender mediation dialogue. Go ahead. And some people, when they initially hear this concept, have a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction about why would a victim ever want to sit down across from the person who caused that kind of harm. The VOMD process was originally founded for homicide cases, and as you can imagine, survivors of a homicide case are definitely plagued by wondering, what were their last moments like? Why did you choose this person? Did they call out for their mom? Did they call out for their dad when you were killing them? And so those are questions that, believe it or not, with very skilled mediators who work for a very long time, about 6 months, with the inmates, those are questions that we can actually sometimes get answers to. And we can actually gauge, because the mediators are also trained in criminogenic thinking, we can gauge whether or not that inmate is giving us a genuine response and whether or not there is a level of remorse there. So victims get a lot out of victim offender mediation dialogue. We were the first state to expand that beyond homicide, and we actually have specific procedures that we use for domestic violence cases, because those are very different, and for sexual assault cases. And we break that sexual assault process into adult victims and child victims. So victims may want to just go in and say, this is what you did to me and my family. Victims may just want to go in and regain control, or they may want to be able to go to the inmate who caused their harm and offer forgiveness. So there are a variety of things that happen, but this victim offender mediation dialogue program is probably one of the more powerful things that TDCJ does. Go ahead. So you'll see there the number of cases. It's not a lot. It's not something that every victim wants. It is a time-consuming process because, as I said, on average it takes 6 months of meeting with the inmate and the victim before we feel like we have them in a place where we can put the two of them together in a room and not cause any further harm. The victim can only initiate the case, and the inmate has to agree. They can say no. I don't want to do this for whatever reason. So they have to be in agreement. The victim initiates the case, and the inmate gets nothing from participating in terms of no early parole, none of that, but they get the opportunity to own the impact of their actions, possibly receive forgiveness, and to have an opportunity to be in the room that they caused harm to as a human being, which is a very powerful process. Go ahead. So there's some of the crime types you can see that have participated in the victim offender mediation process. Go ahead. So the next thing I'm going to talk to you about is one of my favorite things at TDCJ, Employee Support Services. This is something that, again, Mary McCafferty and I worked really hard on. Shout out to Mr. Collier, who has, my entire career at TDCJ, been unbelievably tolerant of me because I'm constantly outside my lane and pushing a rock up a hill and fussing at him about things we don't do right and things we need to do differently. And interestingly enough, either because he needs me out of his office or he really supports what I do, I get away with a lot of things. And this is something I definitely got away with. We created the Employee Support Services section shortly after everybody sort of came back to life after COVID. Mr. Collier and I were having a conversation about a CRISP training that I had just done, and how are they doing, and what do they think about the program, and what do they need, and the typical conversation was they want structure. You know, they want permanent positions to help guide this. And he was able to make that happen. So we know that the job has an inherent amount of stress, especially for those of our employees who work directly with inmates and parole clients. And so this program, although it is available for everybody who works for the agency, I will say that the majority of our work is in CID and parole. So the Employee Support Services CRIS coordinators are located in the CID regions, and we're getting ready to adjust that because Mr. Guerrero just changed those regions, but we're good. They are available to meet in person, by phone, over video conference, whatever works best for those staff. They provide crisis intervention, they provide wellness information, and they also provide lots of resource information, guidance to find therapists, etc. In addition to the Employee Support Services team, we have the Staff Impact team, and our most frequent flyer, volunteer, on the Staff Impact team is Mr. Lewis. When we're looking for somebody to go out and meet with staff after they've experienced a critical incident on a unit, such as an inmate suicide, an inmate assault, or an assault on our staff, he always volunteers when we can't find somebody. So shout out to you, Mr. Lewis. And what we do is we go out about 10 to 14 days after the incident, because that's really when some of the reactions will set in, so that we're able to address those while we're there. Those staff impact teams are trained in a 16-hour training that we provide, primarily on crisis intervention, but also on how to approach individuals on the unit as a human and not as somebody of status within this agency, because the individuals that we trained are directors, deputy directors, and managers. And so when they go out on the unit, they need to go out as a member of the staff impact team and not someone who has status within the agency, and they're doing a great job with that. Go ahead. So you can see there, we have 10 employees currently in employee support services. We have the 6 regional CRIS coordinators. We have 3 staff victim advocates who work very closely with OIG to provide services to staff who are assaulted while on duty. And then we have a manager over that program. And with that small number of people, they served a tremendous amount of staff in FY24. So, the last thing that I want to share with you is the Wellness LAR. And before I do that, I think it's really important for everybody in this room to know that the person who carried the heavy load in working with the state legislature, working with Mr. Steffa, working with Mr. Collier, Mr. Lumpkin, and Mr. Clark to ensure that we had a good proposal to take to the legislature. I contributed to that. That was not me. Mary McCafferty, can you stand up? I have a gift for Mary. She can't share it with y'all because it's kind of representative of everything we went through to get here today, but I'd like to give that to her, and I'd like y'all to give her a round of applause for her work on this. Sorry, I'm taking more time. I don't know who thought I could do this in 20 minutes, but shame on you. So, last slide. Yes, we're super excited. This was originally going to be in Human Resources. Mr. Collier made the decision to place it in Victim Services to stand it up. I was involved at the Texas Department of Public Safety, standing up clinicians there. I've also personally participated in post-critical incident seminars, which are 3-day seminars that you do with individuals after a critical incident. I did some of those after 9/11 up in New York and New Jersey. And so you'll see that we're getting some additional support for employee support services through this Wellness LAR to include 6 clinicians who will be based regionally, 5 regional training sergeants. We'll figure out what to do about that one we're missing to make it 6, 4 support staff, comfort dogs, and then those post-critical incident seminars. And the idea will be that in each region, we'll have a CRISP coordinator, we'll have a regional clinician, and we'll have a training sergeant whose complete focus will be on the wellness and the well-being of the employees of this agency. So I will pause for questions, but I do need to say one other thing that came to me this morning. And that is that none of this would have been possible without the support of Brian Collier. And I realized it, Brian, this morning. It's the first time and the last time that I will be presenting in front of you about the Wellness LAR, which you have worked really hard to support, and about employee support services. So I had hoped to retire when Brian did, but it looks like I'm going to stick around for another year. But I'll be reaching out to you and letting you know how it's going. And I hope for the Board of Criminal Justice, whoever you put in that executive director's position is going to be as supportive and tolerant of me as Mr. Collier has. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Questions?
One quick question, and I know it's, like you said earlier, first of all, appreciate the report and appreciate all the hard work. And when you couldn't be here for reasons that you could not control last time, I actually asked that we make sure that we're, you were giving a good presentation that highlighted all of the efforts that are being made through the Victim Service Division. So I appreciate the thoroughness, which is exactly what we asked for. I do have one question on the, you mentioned on the victim impact statements and on what you call the return rate.
Yes.
I just want to understand what that rate is. Is that the rate of cases in which a victim impact statement is returned in that particular matter, or what's the return rate that you're referring to?
So the percentages that I gave to the board this morning in the presentation are based on the reports from each county. So they send us the number of victim impact statements that they give to a victim of violent crime, whether that's in person, over the mail, or through an email. And then they report how many of those they receive back that they'll be able to
I'm going to interrupt, but of the amount that they send out, what percentage do they get back?
So the percentage they get back is that 14%, 15% average.
Okay.
The number that makes it to TDCJ is lower. It's closer at this point to about 11%. So what you have to remember is that it is the court's responsibility, the judge's responsibility, to ask the prosecutor during a trial, did the victim complete a victim impact statement, and if so, is it in the court documents? I think part of the time victims don't complete them because they don't really fully appreciate the importance of the document. I also think that unfortunately the processing of the document is not well thought out, and so it does not end up making it into the penitentiary packet that then comes to TDCJ. It does not mean that those victims can't receive services, but it does put the burden on them to reach out to us to register.
Yeah, well, you can tell from my question, I think can't do it today, but it's definitely a subject that, as you highlighted, is worth following up on.
Yes.
So I appreciate you raising that for our attention. Thank you.
And just real quickly, Faith and I had the same, Judge Johnson and I had the same question about the return rate. And of course, some of those may be, they don't want to get in, but they're just done with it and don't want to get involved in that kind of procedure. Okay, but that's very interesting. Normally the victim impact statement, the judge does ask on completion of a plea or at the end of a jury trial, and it's much more likely to happen at the end of a jury trial when everybody's still there and available versus everyone's long gone, or it's a plea bargain and it's already over and they have to bring these people back in. But it's normally, that's a DA-driven request as opposed to a judge-driven request, because we will assume that the DA has had these discussions and that the individual does not want to come back into court, either doesn't want anything to do with the defendant after the case is over, or doesn't want to have to go through the stress of coming in, because it's very stressful getting up on the stand and these people family members saying what happened at the time. So I don't know if the return rate, of course, that you're saying that implicates services as well as the ability to confront the
right,
accuser.
and we're kind of talking about two separate things, and that is that the victim impact statement is a document that they complete that should be a part of the court record that then comes to us. You're absolutely right that sometimes victims don't even want to sit down and write out the impact of the crime and complete that document. And then the other piece that you alluded to that is also very difficult for victims of violent crime is allocution, which we often get the two confused. So the allocution would be that oral victim impact statement where they stand up in the courtroom and have the opportunity to talk about the impact of the crime. And absolutely, that's hard.
It's very hard. And you're not talking about a written impact statement being included as part of the documents of the case. Is that?
I'm talking about this document, which is a form called the victim impact statement, is supposed to be a part of the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that may be an issue because with our online digital, almost everything that is presented as part of a document in a criminal case proceeding, that's going to go online.
Right.
Some things can be sealed and that process, but somebody's got to ask for that, and that would not be something that we would want to appear. We're pretty careful about making sure that nothing is put out for the public to see, but that might be another concern. But anyway, yeah, very good, very helpful on the, and then one more quick
Sure.
thing. You talked about the domestic violence complainants who want to contact a defendant, but there's a, I assume it's a stay-away order that goes into the judgment that precludes them from being able to contact. And of course, those things can be changed and can be modified. But I think there's a normal automatic stay-away provision in a judgment just because that's what the default is.
Right, because of the penal code for domestic
Right.
violence, for aggravated assault, family violence. You're
Right.
absolutely right. Our concern was, and we realize that in some of those cases, there are some modifications that can be made. We want to make sure that the victim has received the appropriate services and that they're not falling back into that cycle of violence, that battering situation when they make those types of requests. And that's one of the things that domestic violence specialist focuses on when she's talking to them.
And again, that's going to probably be DA-driven as opposed to judge-driven, because as
Correct.
soon as somebody comes in and they say they want a stay-away order removed that's included in some kind of judgment or some kind of conditions of probation, normally judges are going to be very careful about wanting that person to come to
Right.
the judge and say, I want you to
Right.
remove this stay-away order, because again, the default is to protect the complaining witness, and so those become a little bit more complicated.
Right, and some of them are just part of no-contact laws and have nothing
Yeah.
to do with protective orders, but
Yeah.
you're absolutely right, it's very complicated, which
It
is
is.
why it was helpful to have somebody who was specializing in it.
Thank you for your
Sure.
information.
Mr. Collier, did you want to add something?
Just real quick, I just want to tell. I mean, I know, we all know Angie's a rock star, and, but I've seen her throughout the years just do her day-to-day business of victim services, from the victim side, from the employee side, but her work on the employee support services, that's really her baby. That's her vision, and me getting out of the way and trying to get her the resources to do it. And I just want to publicly thank you for that, because we have such a pent-up demand for that in our system and a need for that in our system. And we have stepped out. We're still a long way from where ultimately we need to be, but we are really making headway. And for those individuals that we have touch points with, is phenomenal. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
I echo that. I think kind of a lot of the comments that I've heard here is reminding me that victims get so much information thrown at them at a time of high trauma, and I think that's a large contributing factor that I've seen for the victim impact statement return rate. There's a lot of, as we know, a lot of other reasons, but I think that's why we're working hard on outreach as well, and I'm grateful for that, and Angie and the rest of the team, and I have had lots of conversations about how do we educate on some of these things, whether it's through the DA's office or with victims themselves, to make sure that we're getting that as high as possible. So thank you for all the outreach that you've done. You've come to my place of work and educated the victims that we serve on a lot of things already, and so we'll continue to do that. Any other comments? No? Thank you, Ms. McCown.
All right, thank you.
There being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Victim Services Committee is now adjourned. It is 11:11 a.m.
And we will pick up with the Board of Criminal Justice order of business at 11:20 a.m.
Good morning again to all in attendance in person, as well as to those attending our meeting virtually. The 241st meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for the meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Judge Molly Francis, General Bill Welch, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Sidney Zeiker, and Tom Fordyce. A quorum of the board is present and the meeting is now declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person here in College Station and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 11:24 a.m. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as for public comments on issues within its jurisdiction, as provided in Board Rule 151.4. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. I would now ask TBCJ member Pastor Nate Sprinkle to introduce TDCJ Region 6 Chaplain, Mr. Adam Ward, to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Before we begin with a word of prayer, I want to introduce TDCJ Region 6 Chaplain Adam Ward. In his current role as the Region 6 Chaplain, he provides spiritual leadership, guidance, and pastoral care across multiple facilities. Prior to being the Region 6 Chaplain, he served as the full-time chaplain for the Woodman State Jail, overseeing facility operations as Program Specialist 1, Maintenance Administrator at Hughes Unit, and worked in operational management and security protocols as a count room clerk at the Crane Unit. Prior to his work at TDCJ, Chaplain Ward dedicated 21 years to the U.S. Army Chaplain Corps, providing comprehensive religious support to soldiers and their families while upholding the values of nurturing the living, caring for the wounded, and honoring the fallen. Upon retirement from U.S. Army Fort Cavazos in 2021, he transitioned to serving with TDCJ, where he continues his faith-based ministry to the units and chaplains of Region 6. With that being said, Chaplain Ward, would you do us the honor of opening our meeting with a word of prayer today?
Yes, thank you. Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Mr. Collier, thank you. It's an honor and a humbling experience today. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we invite you to come into this place and guide us as we meet together today. As in the days of old, let us symbolically take the coals and cleanse our lips, our hearts, and minds. Allow our motives to be true and honorable. We thank you for our country, our state, and our leadership. Lord, allow me to say thank you for the sacrifice and the servanthood of our Texas Board of Criminal Justice, our Director, Brian Collier. May everything they do give you all the praise and glory and honor. Remind us, O Lord, of our mandate as found in Galatians 6:1, to lift up those that have fallen and help bring them into correction. As we are reminded of our needs, give our legislature the wisdom to make the right decisions that make our facilities the safest in the nation. Lord, there is a great revival going on right now in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Please continue that revival. And I pray that the enemy is kept at bay and that you send a legion to just stop them from coming in. Lord, let that revival start with people like these and myself and continue the work in me. And I ask this in your precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Ward.
Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle, and thank you, Chaplain Ward. and we always enjoy spotlighting the great work of our chaplains across the state in this small way at the beginning of our meetings. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. Obviously, we want to recognize public officials and or staff representatives who are monitoring our activities, and we appreciate the attendance of everyone at this meeting, whether you are attending in person or online. Our next item on the agenda are recognitions, and the Texas Board of Criminal Justice recognizes TDCJ employees who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, and even 45 years of service to the state of Texas. These individuals represent the strong commitment of this agency's staff system-wide. Our board and our executive director, Brian Collier, express our deepest gratitude for the continued service of these valued employees. During the months of May and June of 2025, 64 employees attained 25 years of service, 49 employees attained 30 years of service, 11 employees attained 35 years of service, 16 employees attained 40 years of service, 2 employees attained 45 years of service, 1 employee attained 50 years of service, and 1 employee attained 55 years of service. We are displaying the list of all of these valued employees now for those in attendance to read, and the names of these employees will also be submitted for inclusion in the official minutes of this board meeting. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice congratulates each and every one of these employees and thanks you for your unwavering loyalty and dedication to the citizens of our great state of Texas. And as a further symbol of our appreciation, each of you will receive a board certificate along with a personal letter of gratitude. You know, I always pause, as you just heard me pause, when we recognize TDCJ employees with decades of service, as we do at each of our meetings, especially when I get to 40 and 45 years. I don't often get to 50 and 55 years, as we did today, but we have a special 40-year recognition today of our own executive director, Mr. Brian Collier. Mr. Collier has 40 years of adult correctional experience and became the executive director of TDCJ on August 1st of 2016. Mr. Collier joined the TDCJ in 1985 as a clerk and has held a wide variety of positions to include correctional officer, parole officer, section director, parole division director, and deputy executive director. Mr. Collier has a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminology and Corrections from Sam Houston State University. Mr. Collier is an active member of the Correctional Leaders Association, or CLA, the American Correctional Association, or ACA, and serves on the board of the Fourth Purpose Foundation. He is the chair of the CLA Recruitment and Retention Committee and served 2 two-year terms as chair of the CLA Southern Region. He is the newly elected ACA Vice President, a member of the ACA Performance-Based Standards Committee, and has served on the ACA Board of Governors. Mr. Collier is also a past president of the Texas Correctional Association, or TCA, and served on the board of directors for the Council of State Governments Justice Center. He has been recognized as one of ACA's best in the business, received the Dr. George J. Beto Hall of Honor Award from the TCA, is the 2022 CLA Michael Frank Award recipient, and, get this, was recently selected for the prestigious ACA CAS Correctional Achievement Award, which he will receive at the ACA's meeting in Colorado this coming August. Mr. Collier, I'm going to have a few more things to say about you later, but for now, let me ask everyone in the room to thank you for your 40 years of service to this agency and the state of Texas. It is also my honor today to recognize Mr. Chris Cerrito, our Chief Audit Executive. Mr. Cerrito, would you like to step forward, please? And I do that on behalf of the board to which he reports directly for an extraordinary 30 years of service to the state of Texas and to the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. What has served Mr. Cerrito very well, just as it served Mr. Collier very well in his role, is the fact that Mr. Cerrito has walked the same front lines of corrections as our dedicated women and men in gray do every day. Mr. Cerrito began his career with TDCJ in June of 1995, reporting to the Chase Field Training Academy before taking his first assignment at the Eastham, now Wainwright, and Ellis units. He worked the second shift at those units while simultaneously attending Sam Houston State University full-time, where he earned his bachelor's degree in corrections and criminology. That degree served as a turbocharger for the career in public service he started through his work on the front lines as a correctional officer. In 1998, a friend encouraged him to apply for a posting in internal audit. The interviewer asked him, as I understand it, 5 questions. The interviewer then got what we all know as the Cerrito treatment, with Mr. Cerrito responding with 30 questions of his own back to the interviewer. So we all have sympathy for that interviewer, by the way.
Absolutely.
But bottom line, Mr. Cerrito got the job. And from that time, Mr. Cerrito worked and advanced through different roles within the Internal Audit Division, including by managing the division's Austin office for a decade. Mr. Cerrito also did maintenance on his education turbocharger, earning a master's degree, and in 2015, he became this board's Chief Audit Executive. Chris, Mr. Cerrito is a certified internal auditor, certified fraud examiner, and certified government accounting professional, and his influence extends far beyond our agency. He is a trusted figure nationally and internationally, serving in leadership and support roles with the Texas State Agency Internal Audit Forum, the Institute of Internal Auditors, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, the American Correctional Association, the American Probation and Parole Association, the International Corrections and Prisons Association, and the Association of Paroling Authorities International. Just as an example, I just got notification the other day that the ACA has asked Mr. Cerrito to assist that organization nationally with the process of that it goes through with accreditation of units. Inside the agency, Mr. Cerrito is known for his thorough and authentic approach to the vitally important work of internal audit, but also for his balance and common sense perspective. That balance, as we all know, sometimes takes the form of corny dad jokes. He brings energy, and sometimes a whirlwind of energy, and a true dedication to the ideal of teamwork and building up the internal audit team and its members, and also to continuous improvement, both as to the operations of internal audit and of TDCJ. Outside of the office, Mr. Cerrito does not let off the pedal. He and his wife Connie live for the open road, whether it's chasing the northern lights up the Pacific coast, exploring the Red Rock country of Utah, or running with the bulls in Pamplona. I still can't get over that one.
That's pretty cool.
He's a proud parent to Caleb, Kaysen, and Shelby, a doting dog dad to his pitties, a dedicated Brazilian jiu-jitsu enthusiast, and believe it or not,
He's recently embraced both vegetable gardening and ordering off the senior menu at Denny's. Mr. Cerrito, 30 years in, you continue to serve with passion and a deep commitment to integrity and respect and impact. We, as a board, appreciate you, are grateful for your leadership, your service to the state, and the standard you've set for our profession. And congratulations to you on this incredible milestone. And I know you're going to be having a report for us later, but do you have a few words you'd like to share with us?
It's on? Yeah, yes, sir, I do. Thank you for the recognition. Little did I know, 30 years ago, I had a little Ford Ranger pickup truck with the 1980s paint on it that, you know, those models where the paint decided they didn't want to be on the vehicle anymore. And I can remember getting in that truck and driving all the way down to Beeville and reporting for what at that time was a 10-day training academy. We went sun up to sundown, 10 days, and I believe there were almost 400 people in that class to today. And I would be remiss if I didn't turn around and I didn't acknowledge my wife. And our youngest, Caleb, is here today. My goodness, give me just a second here.
Could we have Caleb stand up, please?
So, as many of you know, as a stepfather, when that young man found out I was getting this award and asked if he could come, that's what it's about, y'all. That's what it's about. And my wife, Connie.
Please.
So, to give you some insight in what it takes to live with me and manage me, because believe it or not, it might be a bit of a challenge. I was thinking about how I was going to talk about my wife, and then Angie solved it for me. So, in the early 1980s, when Governor Mark White was working with the Crime Victims Fund, he was also doing a lot of work in public education. And the teachers union was not particularly fond of him at that time. And Connie's mother was a lifelong teacher. So during that time period, she would come home and often not have pleasant things to say about the governor. A little bit of time went on, and the governor came to where they lived for a speaking engagement. And at 6 years old, my wife walked up to the sitting governor and kicked him right in the leg. That's the kind of spirit that it takes to manage me. And then, as you can see, my entire team's here today. None of this happens without them. They are the people, when you read these audit reports, it's their work. They're the ones that are doing the work. And so, guys, I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Next, our Executive Director, Mr. Brian Collier, will be recognizing our Chaplaincy and Volunteer Services Division Director, Mr. Chris Carter, on his 30 years of service. Mr. Collier, if you're ready, please begin.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Today I want to recognize Chris Carter on attaining 30 years of service to the state of Texas. Mr. Carter began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in 1995 as a correctional officer at the Garza East Unit. Chris advanced through each of the correctional security ranks, and in 2013 was promoted to the warden of the San Saba unit. He then became warden of the Clemens unit, and then in 2014 promoted to senior warden of the Stiles unit, and later moved to the Estelle unit as senior warden in 2016. In 2017, Chris was selected to serve as the deputy director of the Administrative Review and Risk Management Division. He later moved to the Rehabilitation Programs Division in 2009 as the deputy director, and in 2020 was selected as the Rehabilitation Programs Division director. In 2024, he became the new director for the newly created Chaplaincy and Volunteer Services Division. He has worked directly to improve our faith-based services as well as our volunteer services, to include the creation of peer life coaches and so many other peer programs that are now serving the agency after we began our field minister program. He has a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice, a Master's in Criminal Justice Administration, and recently obtained his certificate as a professional life coach from the University of Houston. Please help me this morning in recognizing Chris Carter on attaining 30 years of service to the state of Texas. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Carter. Congratulations, Mr. Carter, on your dedicated service, which we see demonstrated across this great state, including recently at two very inspirational events, one the groundbreaking for a chapel at the Polunsky unit, and the other the dedication of the chapel at the Halbert unit. And we should report out on those efforts at some point in a future board meeting, which I know we will, because those involve not only you, Mr. Carter, but fantastic groups of volunteers and supporters from across the state. But for today, Mr. Carter, we just tell you thank you for all you do, and would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, Pastor Sprinkle, board members, thank you for this recognition. I would like to give God the glory for giving me an opportunity to work for this great agency for 30 years. It's been a great, great opportunity. I'd like to recognize my wife. She's here today, Ms. Tyranda. She's back in the red. Stand up, man. She's gonna get me for calling her out there, but you know. She's been 25 years. We recently celebrated our 24-year anniversary of marriage on June the 16th, but for 25 years, she's been my partner. She's been my rock. You know, several moves, voluntary demotions just to keep the family together, just taking care of the kids and taking care of me. She's a champion. I love you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Collier, our executive director, thank you for seeing something in me. Thank you for always being that champion. Long before the promotion to division director, you was already that guy for me. You know, those days when you would call and check on us out in the field, that meant the most. That's why we stayed, because we knew that we had a leader that cared about us, somebody that we could look up to. And I just want to recognize you for that and tell you thank you and God bless you, sir.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Joe Frazier, Almighty Joe, when he was a boxer, he had a comment that said, "Champions are not made in the ring, they're only recognized in the ring." The champions, the corrections professionals, and all the people out in the field, they're the reasons we're here. Those thousands and thousands of officers and support staff that get up every day and make the job happen and do the work to keep public safe, they warm your heart. So I want to recognize them, and I also want to recognize a few champions, mentors, brothers, and people that was always there for me. Cody Gensel, y'all know him. He's always been a mentor for me. When I promoted to assistant warden, he was there. He said, "Go for it." Senior warden, go for it. You know, he was always that guy, you know, that was in my corner. David Sweden, he was one of them. Cliff Presswood, Chad Wakefield, Donna Muniz, Earl Brown, Mr. Hinojosa back here, he was my director at the Arm. These guys are just those type of champions that you need in your corner to make you feel that you can do anything. So I just want to recognize those guys. I want to recognize the directors, division directors here for their amazing work. Board of Criminal Justice for your amazing support. It wouldn't be possible without you. The correctional professionals, the chaplains, the volunteers, the incarcerated peers that are out working in the community, and all the people that make our mission possible. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of that. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, all right.
The next recognition will be presented by Office of Independent Ombudsman Director, Mr. Brian Patrick. Mr. Patrick, I see you coming up, and I understand you would like to recognize Ms. Susie Gunnels on being selected as the Deputy Director of the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. If you're ready, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Mr. Collier. Susan Gunnels, otherwise known as Susie, has over 18 years' experience in the TDCJ. She began her career at the O'Daniel unit in Gatesville, Texas, as an inmate records clerk. She then quickly transitioned to the Human Resources Office, where she found her fulfillment in supporting employees, department heads, and unit administrators. Over the years, she's also worked at the Woodman State Jail, the Dr. Lane Murray unit, and the Christina Melton Crane unit. Susie did have a break in service, and she became the executive director of the Gatesville Chamber of Commerce, where she focused on training, community outreach, and leadership development. She then eagerly returned back to TDCJ as a human resources specialist, bringing with her that broadened skill set she had in the private service. In 2018, Susie became a staff services officer in Huntsville, working for the deputy executive director. There, her work focused on executive level investigations, serious incident reviews, and coordinating with family calls and agency representatives. Later, as the manager for the Office of Family Services, she acted as a liaison between the executive director and the families of the incarcerated population. She also conducted investigations, facilitated communications with families and agency organizations, and planned community outreach events. Ms. Gunnels holds a bachelor's degree of criminal justice from Sam Houston State University, and she's widely respected for her tenaciousness and her willingness to assist. Please join me in congratulating and welcoming Susie Gunnels to the Office of the Independent Ombudsman as their Deputy Director.
Congratulations on your new role, Ms. Gunnels. We've been admiring your work for quite a while now, and so we're very excited to see, as you and I talked about before the meeting, the contributions that you make in this new and very, very important role. Would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, Mr. Collier, just thank you for the opportunity. I really want to say that it's been an honor serving Mr. Collier and his leadership team in the Office of Family Services. During that time, I had a front row seat to witness his tireless motivation, his tireless work ethic, and his dedicated and unwavering dedication to the employees of the agency and the inmate population. I've learned the value of, just doing what you say you're going to do, building relationships, listening to people, and really leading with empathy. And those are traits that I'm going to take with me to the Ombudsman office. So thank you for the opportunity to serve in this way. Thank you.
Our final recognition for today will be presented by TDCJ Business and Finance Division Director, Ms. Jennifer Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, if you'll come forward. I understand you would like to recognize Ms. Ashley Adkins on being selected as the Budget Director. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Gonzalez, please begin.
Very good. Good morning, Chairman, board members, and Mr. Collier. Thank you for allowing me the time today to recognize Ashley Adkins as she steps into her new role as the new Budget Director for the agency, which was effective May 2025. Ashley joined the agency in August of 2015, quickly demonstrated her strong analytical skills and leadership potential. She was promoted to a senior budget analyst in 2017, and in February 2020, she took the role of Deputy Budget Director. Since then, she has been an integral part of the Budget Department. In her new position, Ashley will lead development of our legislative appropriation request, the LAR, and our annual operating budget, two responsibilities that are central to our mission. She brings a thoughtful, methodical approach to her work and understands the complexity of our agency's fiscal operations. Beyond her technical expertise, Ashley is a steady and thoughtful leader. She's a natural mentor who shares her knowledge generously and supports others with patience and clarity. She has been described as the calm in the storm. Her practical outlook, remarkable memory make her a trusted resource and a valuable member of our financial team. As Ashley holds a bachelor's degree from Sam Houston State University, she has over 16 years of management experience. I'm confident that her leadership will continue to be an asset to the agency, so please join me in congratulating Ashley Adkins as she serves as the agency's new Budget Director.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, and thank you, Ms. Atkins. And as we talked about before the meeting, very much appreciate you stepping forward to taking on this new leadership role, and we look forward to seeing great things in the future from you. So would you care to share a few words with us at this time?
Just a few. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board.
I just wanted to thank you all for the time this morning. I really appreciate the opportunity that I have in front of me, and I'm looking forward to what we'll do in the future for the agency. And I also just wanted to take a quick minute. I wouldn't get very far at all without everybody in the budget department, so I wanted to share how much I appreciate all of the hard work that they're doing for the agency every day as well. Thank you.
Our next agenda topic covers consent items, which are listed in the board's posted agenda. For excused absences, we'll include an excused absence for General Bill Welch from the April 24th, 25th, 2025 meeting. Are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.71, entitled Acceptance of Gifts related to Buildings for Religious and Secular Programs. TDCJ General Counsel, Ms. Stephanie Greger, will be presenting. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Greger, please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman, members, and Mr. Collier. As mentioned, this item is the adoption of proposed amendments to Section 152.71 concerning the acceptance of gifts related to buildings for religious and secular programs. These amendments were presented at the February board meeting and subsequently posted in the Texas Register. The changes include revising offender to inmate and rule to section throughout, revising the policy statement for clarity, removing language specifying a building related to the provision of religious and secular programs, adding language to state that the TDCJs shall meet with donor groups to evaluate a prospective donated building or enhancement, revising language to state that a donor or designee will be qualified, removing language requiring the building to be used for religious and secular programs, and finally adding language to specify building enhancements. No public comments were received on this rule.
Just a quick comment, not really a question, but it's very appropriate that this subject comes up just after we had the discussion with Mr. Carter a minute ago. I just want to read the policy, if you'll indulge me. The policy provision in this rule states as follows: the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, TBCJ, and Texas Department of Criminal Justice, TDCJ, encourage public or private donations of buildings and building enhancements for the purpose of assisting the reintegration of inmates into society through religious and secular programs. The TBCJ is the only entity authorized to accept such services on behalf of the TDCJ. And that I just wanted to read that because that was the reference I was making earlier to two such buildings, one of which was we did the groundbreaking on at Polunsky, and the other which we just had the formal dedication of at the Halbert unit. So appreciate the indulgence there. Any other questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you do. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.71, acceptance of gifts related to buildings for religious and secular programs, to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from Board Member Pastor Nate Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 163.33, entitled Community Supervision Staff. Ms. Greger, you have this one as well. When you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. This item addresses the adoption of proposed amendments to Section 163.33 of the Texas Administrative Code titled Community Supervision Staff. These amendments were presented at the February board meeting and subsequently posted in the Texas Register. The amendments revise rule to section throughout, revise the definition of direct supervision, and make grammatical and formatting updates. No public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions from the board on this one? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 163.33, Community Supervision Staff, to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second on that end. Who was the one who seconded it? Was that? Okay, Judge Francis made the second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Greger, I think you have the next one as well. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 163.42, entitled Substantial Noncompliance. Please proceed.
This item relates to the adoption of proposed amendments to Section 163.42 relating to substantial noncompliance. These amendments were also presented at the February board meeting and subsequently posted in the Texas Register. The changes include updating the entity's name to Office of the Independent Auditor. No public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions on this item from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, sir. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 163.42, substantial noncompliance, to receive public comment as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion from Judge Francis. Do I have a second on this matter?
Second.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. I have a second from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Greger.
Thank you.
So it is now time for the chairman's report. I have two items to report on today, and the first one is bittersweet, to say the least. I know that it is old news to many in the room and to those watching online, but the man sitting to my left will be departing stage right from his role as Executive Director of TDCJ at the end of August. We will have more time to honor the over 40 years of service of Mr. Brian Collier at our August meeting, but I want to take this early first opportunity in light of his announcement to thank him on behalf of the entire board for his tremendous service to this agency and to the people of the state of Texas at large. I realize that I'm going to embarrass him now, and I know many of us will have the opportunity to embarrass him further in the time leading up to the end of August. But please, if you just would indulge me, I know we've done it, but let's do it again. Please join me in a standing ovation for Mr. Collier for his service. Yes, Judge.
Oh, okay. As this board, don't we have to vote on whether or not we accept his retirement paper? Since we oversee him and this entire agency?
Well,
And I don't think we've done that, have we?
Well, I may have to defer and recall Ms. Greger to answer that very difficult question, but I'll spare her that. But I think the sentiment that's expressed in your question is shared by everyone on the board, so thank you for that.
Okay.
And in line with Mr. Collier's decision to wrap up a distinguished career of service to the agency and to this state, this board has initiated a search for his replacement. To that end, the board has put forth a search committee made up of board officers, that is me, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, and Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. The search committee will do an initial screening of applicants for the position, and this entire board, will be involved in the eventual selection of TDCJ's next executive director. This is a process that is open for applications as we speak and as we meet. Persons interested in applying for this position can go to www.tdcj.texas.gov/news and access the job posting that includes qualification requirements and information on the application process itself. I speak for the entire board in saying that this is an open process in which this board will be carefully evaluating each and every qualified applicant. So this board knows well that we have a lot of work to do, right, board? Yes. Our goal as a board has always been and will always be to identify the best man or woman who meets the qualifications and applies to be the next inspirational and dedicated leader for this agency. Just like I and other members of the board tell so many of the men and women in the custody of TDCJ, we all and TDCJ can create opportunities for persons to advance themselves, but creating those opportunities is not enough. Fulfillment of the mission requires men and women to step forward to take advantage of those opportunities. And so the open and fair opportunity to succeed Mr. Collier as the next outstanding leader of an incredible agency is there for those qualified candidates, and we as a board hope to see your applications. The application period for this incredible opportunity to lead the vast and talented TDCJ team and the vast TDCJ operations is currently set to expire on July 12th of 2025. The second part of my report today is a continuation of a series of reports in which I do my part to highlight various programs within TDCJ. Today, in a manner that is consistent with the theme of supporting an outstanding team of TDCJ employees, I would like to spotlight how the agency is transforming the way it communicates with its over 30,000 employees across the state. So I believe we have a slide presentation. So keeping a workforce informed, connected, and engaged is no small task, especially when the employees are geographically located across a state as large as our state of Texas. Recognizing this, TDCJ has implemented numerous communication tools and initiatives to reach our staff and to keep them up to date on the agency. Administering these new initiatives is the communications department, which oversees all internal and external communications for the agency. This team of 15 manages the agency's social media pages, produces and publishes content such as videos, photos, and graphics, corresponds and communicates with media, and manages the website, to name a few things. Additionally, the communications team assists with board meetings by running the audio, producing our live stream, taking photos, as we do at every meeting, and assisting with our presentations. And we had a chance to recognize them earlier, but for those members of the communications team who are with us here today, would you please stand up? And I know you do your best to make us all look good. I know with some of us it's a little bit of a challenge, but we definitely appreciate the effort. And I also would like to ask the director of the Communications Department, Dr. Hernandez, to present today. And Dr. Hernandez, as an introduction, we know that you began working for TDCJ as Director of Communications 3 years ago. And prior to that, we saw your work as the Communications Administrator for the Windham School District. We know that you have more than a decade of experience helping state agencies, universities, and private companies leverage marketing and communication strategies to fulfill their organization's missions and goals. We also know that you earned your doctorate in higher education leadership from Sam Houston State University, and before that, you achieved a Master of Arts in Journalism from Baylor University and a Bachelor of Arts in Mass Communication from Sam Houston State University. And maybe some of my fellow board members don't know this part, but earlier this month, Dr. Hernandez, you were awarded the Merit Award for Media Excellence by the Texas Corrections Association. And Dr. Hernandez, I understand that you have some thoughts on the employee communications that we're here to talk about today and their continuous improvement. So whenever you're ready, we're ready to hear from you.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Collier, members of the board. Happy to be here today and talk about these initiatives. But before I get into these initiatives, I want to take a moment to thank the Information Technology Divisions for all they've done to help us achieve some of these initiatives. So effectively reaching every staff member is a significant challenge for any large organization, and it's the same for TDCJ. Currently, the majority of our workforce does not have an email address, but that amount of employees that have an email address will be increasing in the future. But our new digital signage, Connections Magazine, mass email, employee mobile app, along with our social media presence, helps us get our message across to our staff. So the first project I'd like to discuss is our digital signage project. Last year, we finalized an initiative that consisted of installing 454 digital signage monitors across the agency. This includes a minimum of 1 monitor at each unit, although most have more, a monitor at each parole office, as well as additional monitors in administrative offices across the state. These digital screens are all over our agency, so if you've been in any of our units recently, in any of our offices, you've seen them. TDCJ used funds from the Department of State Health Services grant awarded to the agency to purchase and implement tools to mitigate the spread of infectious diseases throughout our facilities. Specifically, the digital signage can be used as a method to distribute updated protocols and information regarding mitigation and prevention of diseases. However, in addition to those messages, we're able to use the digital signage to display a variety of content, such as important updates. An example of that would be a video that we did with Mr. Lumpkin regarding equipment upgrades, as well as new program opportunities for our staff, such as the Correctional Officer Retention Survey, as well as event notifications highlighting something like National Correctional Officer Week, and health, wellness, and safety tips, just to name a few. These updates are sent from our communications offices, and it can be sent to either all monitors across the state, or it can be sent to specific monitors in certain areas. Additionally, these screens can be controlled at a region and unit office level. The communications team is providing training to administrators at each location so they can learn how to use these screens. And the goal is for these individual locations to use the digital signage to display contents relating to their own specific area. So for example, they could use it to highlight staff, welcome new employees, or celebrate anniversaries, advertise their upcoming events, and provide noteworthy updates related to their specific area. So the goal for the digital signage is to hopefully help increase staff recognition and retention. So in 2023, we officially relaunched Connections Magazine at the request of Mr. Collier. It's a printed publication specifically for TDCJ staff, and we publish it twice a year, with each issue featuring articles about agency happenings, including programs and initiatives, employee spotlights, and much more. What we do with each issue is we center it around a theme or a topic. So past themes have included the 2030 plan, innovation, impact, and the next one that's coming out that's almost ready is focused on the TDCJ community. So by sharing employee stories and highlighting various departments, Connections helps build a stronger sense of community and shared purpose among our staff. It offers a tangible way for employees to learn about their colleagues' experiences and contributions. The magazine also serves as a valuable development tool for our communications department. So we challenge each of our staff member to all write an article, so our videographers as well. They may not have experience doing that before, but each one has gotten out, they write their own articles, and this allows them to flex their creative muscles and enhance their writing skills. Although it's printed, you can also view the latest and previous issues of Connections magazine in a digital form on the TDCJ website. You can also scan the QR code there if you're interested. So TDCJ's new mass email system allows us to send notifications directly to your inbox. So this allows us to inform employees and the public about agency news, events, and updates. Each month we send a newsletter highlighting the monthly theme for our communication strategy. This newsletter includes articles and photos and videos related to agency spotlights, employee highlights, and relevant news. Additionally, we send a mass email out every time we do Connections magazine. This includes a link to the full online version as well as links to each individual article. We also use a mass email system to send standalone emails related to the agency. Our last email had an open rate of about 53%, which is really high. Other government email open rates is about 20 to 30%. So there's two ways to receive emails. First, all employees with a TDCJ email address are automatically enrolled to receive our mass emails. The second is that any employee or individual without a TDCJ email address can sign up to receive emails using this QR code or by visiting our website. So in addition to emails from the communications department, you can sign up to receive emails from volunteer services, victim services, and Office of Family Services. Our newest tool to communicate with staff is our Secure Employee mobile app. So as part of the previously mentioned Department of State Health Services grant, TDCJ implemented a mobile application and web portal to provide an electronic communication channel for the agency to provide critical information to employees. The My TDCJ app allows employees to access their pay stubs, W-2, time balances, and receive notifications from TDCJ. The notification feature allows administrators to send notifications to all users, individual users in select regions, or at specific units. This is a great feature for important agency updates, as well as emergency updates like weather delays. TDCJ launched the application on May 5th, and as of May 20th, only 15 days later, there were already over 8,800 active users on the app. As of this week, we had over 11,000 users. So in addition to a mobile version available on all Apple or Android devices, staff can also access this information via a web application. So to download the app and enroll, TDCJ staff can use the QR code or visit tdcj.texas.gov/mytdcj. Now we'll hear some feedback from our staff on these new platforms.
I have the app on my iPhone. I can see my pay stocks, my W-2, my time schedules, TDC notifications on how everything that's going on with TDC. So the app is good, it's nice. I don't have to go to HR all the time to see my time balances. I can see it right on my phone with me anytime, any day.
Well, I know it helps me being a first-time mom. I have an 18-month-old, so when he's sick or something happens and I need to stay home with him, the app is great that I can look at and see how much time I have saved so I'm not falling off the books. So it's good.
I really like the time app because if I was on vacation or away from the unit, I could check my time. If there was an issue, I could always call HR and have it fixed.
TDCJ stepping up their game with digital signage. We walk through that front door on our work days.
And it keeps me updated on what's going on in TDC, what's going on in the agency.
So it's always visible so you can see what's going on, what's new, and the upcoming events that they have going on.
And I think it's a big thing in the future of TDCJ.
I have the app.
I'll shout out our video team for our awesome videos that they always do such a great job on. And I would also be remiss if I didn't take this time to plug our social media channels. So the communications department works hard to develop content for our social media pages. From employee spotlights to inmate programming, our videographers and our social media team work diligently to highlight the positive stories of TDCJ. These are shared on our agency's Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and X, formerly known as Twitter. In addition to that, there's over 40 TDCJ unit Facebook pages. So these pages are run by unit staff trained by the communications department. Similarly to my team, These unit administrators work really hard to build a community online for their staff and inmate families to learn about what's happening at their unit. So I encourage everyone, if you're not following us, follow us on social media. You can visit the TDCJ website for a list of all social media platforms that we're on, all of the unit pages, or again, handy dandy QR code. So I would like to close by thanking the whole communications team for going above and beyond and all that they do to highlight the wonderful people of this agency and the services they provide. And additionally, I want to make sure to thank the board. Mr. Collier, thank you so much for all of your support that you do and have for us in our communication efforts.
So, Dr. Hernandez, thank you, and all members, as you've thanked them, we want to thank them as well, of the communications team for all they do to communicate with and to tell the stories of not only the hardworking women and men who serve this agency, but also the stories of redemption and second chance success, one of which we saw earlier today, of those incarcerated. And we really appreciate the update on all of these new initiatives. I'm going to open it up for questions, but my first question is, can we as board members get on that My TDCJ app?
So it's for employees only with payee IDs. So
Okay.
if you have a payee ID, we could probably work it out. If not, I'd have to, talk with IT back there.
All
I'm sure
right.
we can figure something out.
We'll follow up on that. With any of that in the thunder behind us, any other questions from the board on the?
Thank you. Oh, I love
Okay.
this.
Any other thoughts or comments? If not, Dr. Hernandez, thank you very much for your presentation here
Thank
today.
you.
The next item on our agenda is a report from our Executive Director, Mr. Collier. I understand you have 2 topics to cover today. If you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Before I start my comments, I want to first go back to earlier item and just tell you thank you. Thank you all for the recognition of 40 years of service. So you know one of 2 things now. Either I lied about my age or we actually hired 15-year-olds 40 years ago. But no, thank you for that recognition. I greatly appreciate it. I can tell you it moved quicker than you can imagine. 40 years goes by fast. But at the same time, it's been my privilege to work in this agency with you as board members and all that you do, and you do that as a volunteer. So thank you for your sacrifice. I know how that is, and I understand that, and I greatly appreciate the fact y'all do that. And also appreciate all the men and women in the agency that make it worth working here. I mean, it's a wonderful place to work. It's a family. I've said it before, strongest leadership team in state government, and they do a phenomenal job. So it's just my privilege to be here. So I'll have more to say later, but thank you for that recognition. But today I really want to provide you with an update on 2 items. One would be a legislative update. As we wrap up our legislative session, I want to talk a little bit about the 89th regular session. It's now complete and was our most successful legislative session in our history. I thought I said that last session, and I thought that would be it, but this session was truly even better. Our sunset legislation went through the House and the Senate without any hitches, and the funding decisions made by the legislative leadership will help this agency make substantial improvements over the next 2 years. Some of the key funding items included funding a 15% pay increase for parole officers and a 10% pay increase for correctional officers, $20 million to help increase salaries for